Okay. Thank you so much for coming here today, join us online and in person. Later, the SATC, AIAA Space Architecture Technical Committee, they will do more introduction and welcome everybody. And Alma will say more. She's the Grand Master right here for this event. I'm the local chapter events program chair. My name is Ken, and there's another person supposed to be here is a Professor Madhu Thangavelu, is a USC professor, but looks like he's late. So I'm just trying to say a few words about some logistics. For online people, Alma will say a few more words. Of course, during presentation, please respect the speaker, those things. You can type question, then Alma and Madhu will handle the question Q&A. I will be playing more assistant role in this regard. But for the local people, unfortunately, because we have in the fiscal year, just end of fiscal year, so today we don't have food for you. But I can tell you, across street, there's a fantastic cafe. So the food is relatively expensive. Just across street, you can get coffee, breakfast, lunch, sandwiches, or all kinds of food. And there's no break today. So session 1, 2, 3 is all continuous. They're all continued presentation. So you're welcome to walk out anytime to grab your food. The restroom is on the back where I figure pointing over there. There is a kitchen, but since we don't have food here, so you probably don't need that. So if you have any trashes, I recommend you put the trash outside. There's a trash can outside. But if you have to put it inside, try to limit it. There's some logistic issue, but it's fine. So any other things? Any question about logistics? Okay, very good. So we'll have more people join in person. This is a long event, so more people will join gradually. So now it's 10:06, so I turn it to Alma. So Alma, please go ahead. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the event hosted by the Space Architecture Technical Committee, or SATC, in collaboration with the Los Angeles, Las Vegas section of American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. My name is Alma Kugic. I come from Pula, Croatia, and it is my honor to serve as the host for this event, well, at least for the first 2 sessions. To begin, let me share a bit about the organizations that have made today's gathering possible. The Space Architecture Technical Committee. Hello. The Space Architecture Technical Committee is dedicated to advancing the field of space architecture through research, collaboration, and innovation. And our mission is to promote the design and construction of habitats, workspaces, and infrastructures that support human life and activities beyond Earth. I would like to say also the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or AIAA, is a premier of professional society for the aerospace industry. It brings together individuals and organizations dedicated to the advancement of aeronautics and astronautics. Today, we have an exciting event organized for you. Our schedule includes 3 sessions, each featuring 4 distinguished presenters. Each presentation will be allotted a 20-minute time slot where our speakers will share their latest research, innovative projects, and groundbreaking ideas. Following the presentations, we will have discussions and Q&A at the end of each session, which means that we will not have questions and answers after the presentations, but we will have after each session. This is a great opportunity for you to engage with our experts, ask questions, and go deeper into the topics that we are discussing. I would also like to say that you can always send a direct email to our presenters. Their emails are written at the website where you have registered for this event. It is under each biography. So if you don't mind, Ken, would you like to also say something, or should we start with the presentations?
I think, please welcome to start the presentations.
We can start. Perfect. Just a second. Okay. All right. Well, we are going to start with Georgi Petrov. Georgi Petrov is here today with his two presentations. The first one will be the Space Architecture Decadal Survey, and the second one is Decalogue for Space Architecture. I would like to introduce Georgi Petrov. He is a practicing architect, structural engineer, space architect, and the current chair of the AIAA's Space Architecture Technical Committee. He is a senior associate principal in the structures group at the New York office of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, and he's a licensed architect and professional engineer. He's also an adjunct professor at NYU and MIT, where he teaches design of tall buildings. Georgi, you may proceed. Georgi, can you share your screen? We cannot hear you, or at least I cannot hear you, Georgi. Maybe you have to go under the settings of your microphone.
It was fine, you know.
Okay,
earlier.
let me try this way. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's why I have two computers set up. So if one doesn't work, then the other one will.
Perfect.
Lesson number one of space exploration, always have a backup. Okay, so as I said, I have two presentations that I got scheduled for back to back. So I will start with the one with the bigger picture. That is, let me share my screen. Can you see the screen, please?
Yes.
Excellent. So I just became the chair of the Space Architecture Technical Committee, and I'm very happy to say that we have a brand new initiative that we just started last year. And first of all, for those of you that are not familiar with the SATC, we are kind of like the premier spot for space architects. We became as a subcommittee for the another technical committee of the AIAA 25 years ago, and slowly proved ourselves. And about 2008, we became a full-fledged technical committee. We've published several books, one of which is I forgot the name of it. Out of This World, the New Field of Space Architecture, which was edited by Brent Sherwood and Scott Howell. We also hold space architecture sessions at 3 conferences every year, at ICES, at Ascend, and at IAC. And this year we decided it's time that we do a decadal survey. And what is a decadal survey? A lot of you hopefully are familiar, if you're interested in space, with what a decadal survey is. It's a published document that reflects the community's consensus and priorities for the next decade. And there's several examples. Most famously, our friends in astronomy and our friends in planetary science put these about every 10 years. That's the word decadal, where all of the scientists in the field kind of have the priorities for the 10 years. And we felt that space architecture has matured enough and that there's enough people interested in doing space architecture that maybe it's time that we put kind of one of these documents together for our field, both to help new people coming into the field to see really clearly what has been done and what we feel are the gaps that they could help to fill. You know, we also want to kind of have an authoritative source that, you know, prioritizes research. You know, a help for new researchers and new people interested in of what they want to do in the next year. And, you know, reinforce our identity and visibility in the field. And the AIAA has been really supportive of this idea. You know, they have about 70 technical committees, and a lot of them don't really produce terribly much in terms of documentation things. So they were very excited that we took on this initiative in the SATC. Why now? Well, we have a couple of documents of space architecture. I hope some of you at least have heard of the Millennial Charter. That was a gathering in Houston in October of 2002, probably the first big gathering about 24 space architects, where we kind of came up with a mission statement and an idea of what is our field. About 10 years later, there's NASA's Human Spaceflight Roadmap, which is kind of a similar document, kind of trying to predict and guide what's going to happen in the future in human spaceflight. And so it's been another decade. And so, we are trying to put this together, and we're looking to survey everybody that's interested in space architecture. We debated a lot on how to structure it. At the end, we decided to have it structured based on the type of human activities that we foresee in the future. And these are the 4 of them. So explorers, basically, most of the people that have gone to space so far have been explorers, people that are on a mission, highly trained, accepting of high risk, basically your idea of an astronaut. We've had a few people that we call travelers or visitors. These are basically tourists, people that are untrained or with minimal training, visiting space not for accomplish a mission, but mostly for entertainment and self-fulfillment. Then the other type of person that we foresee going to space in the next 10 to 20 years is if tourism takes off, or if these new space stations with manufacturer in mind, then you would have kind of workers, people that are paid to be there. They're professionals, and they go and help and service the visitors. And then, the last one is kind of far afield, but we know that there's a lot of people out there thinking and talking and writing about settlement and long-term living in space. So we wanted to include that, obviously. This is a little bit inspired by Brent Sherwood's, lectures about the 4 futures, 4 visions for humans in space, kind of corresponds to these 4 topics. And then we decided to have another 2 chapters, which is the kind of the state of profession. So what are people that call themselves space architects doing to make a living? What are the opportunities for space architects to practice? And then the other chapter would be on education. 25 years ago, when I was doing my Master of Architecture thesis, I really couldn't find much support, or there weren't much studios, or my architecture school didn't really know what to do with me when I was saying that I wanted to do design for space. These days, a lot of universities have studios that teach space architecture, and we now have 2 programs that would give you a Master of Space Architecture, and there's a 3rd one coming up. There's obviously the long-standing one in Houston with SIGSA. Sandra Hauptlich-Marsberger just started one in Technical University of Vienna, and Arizona State University is launching a Master of Space Architecture starting next fall. So that's pretty exciting. So this is what the last chapter will cover. So we have kind of a steering committee of a number of us that discussed and came up with the idea. And then we have kind of needed a lot of help, obviously, right? The idea is to get the opinion of as many people as possible. So each of these chapters that I described now has 2 champions or 2 leads that are looking to start writing the chapters. And the way we're approaching serving the opinions and gathering all the data is 2 ways. One is white papers basically asking people to write to us maybe a page or two or three on a topic that they're passionate about. I, for example, I'm kind of interested in doing a paper on Windows, and because almost everybody agrees that the importance of Windows, but there's a lot of different ways that people are drawing Windows that are either wrong or very hard to implement. There's another white paper we're writing on the need for standards in design. But we also realize that that is a commitment that not many people will take. So our other approach is to have a questionnaire, which could be filled within 10, 20 minutes, that would capture a lot more people with a lot less commitment. And so we're almost ready to launch our questionnaire out, and we will be distributing it to everybody. But if you are interested in space architecture, or you have a topic that you're passionate about, we would really appreciate the white paper to help us put this document together. We will obviously provide, this would be almost like a book. These other decadal surveys by our astronomer and planetary scientist guys are several hundred pages long and are excellent reference to start with. It would live on our website, of course. It would be one of the new products of the SATC. Our time frame for this, we're currently sort of starting to collect white papers and putting the questionnaire out. And our idea is to have a big draft of most of the topics we want to cover by October. And I'm very excited to let you all know that we're having a space architecture symposium, a full day, which would be the Saturday after IAC, which this year is in Milano, in the International Aeronautics Congress. Politecnico di Milano is hosting it, and we hope to have many of you there. And our program would be a little bit about space architecture in Italy as our hosts, but a big chunk of it would be working sessions where we could debate and discuss the decadal survey. So I hope to see a lot of you there. I think. And finally, I'll say, if any of you here are interested, please reach out to Adam Oswald, who's leading this effort, or to anybody that you know on the SATC. Alma, do we take questions now or later?
We take questions later.
Okay.
You can start with the second presentation.
Let me see. I will start with my other computer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
By next is a little bit of change in tone and topic. It's again a 10-based presentation instead of a decadal survey. I will talk about the Decalogue for space architecture. This was sort of an art piece that we did for the Triennale di Milano. It seems to be a theme here that Milano is a central point in my presentations. But the Triennale di Milano is it's a museum, and every 3 years they have a big exhibit. And last year it was on the topic of unknown unknowns, Introduction to the Mysteries of the Universe. And it was curated by Arcilio Valdo, who is the the Chief Diversity Officer of the European Space Agency. She's also a astrophysicist. And she got asked by the Triennale to curate an exhibit about the universe and about space. And she invited us to do something artistic there. So it's both a piece of art, but with a serious thinking about space and space architecture. And so her challenge to us was to do kind of a decalogue, which is basically 10 ideas, 10 thoughts that a space architect needs to consider when designing for human habitats in outer space. And so we came up with 10 important bits. You don't have to read all of this right now. And we started with the text, and we wrote short little paragraphs. We started with 250 words, and we realized that's too long for an exhibit. And we kind of narrowed it down to 120 words, and then to a single sentence. And then we have it all translated in Italian. But nobody goes to an art exhibit to sit and read. And so we debated a lot of how to give visual images and make this exciting and artistic. And so, we have our 10 words, 10 themes, 10 ideas. And we partnered with an Italian design firm to make 10 videos. 10 short little videos that illustrate each and one of these challenges that a space architect must address. And one key bit we were very careful to do is we didn't want to present what we think is the solution. We wanted to kind of make it beautiful, illustrate the idea, illustrate the challenge, but not really tell you what the solution is. We wanted to leave it open so the visitor and anybody can think and interpret it in their own way and maybe even come up with their own ideas. And so the company we partnered with is ... They kind of design both videos and experiences and exhibits. We had a really nice collaboration with them, and we approached it as designing a movie. Basically, we had this idea to split a screen, and one part of it would be showing what happens on Earth, and the second part would be showing how we need to recreate this in space and what are the challenges of bringing that part of life into space. And then we wrote little storyboards. And so I'd like to sort of quickly go through them with you, show you this part installation. So the first one is gravity. And the idea is that, we all evolved at 1G, but then when you go out, depending on your destination, you could be either in microgravity, or if you're on the surface of the moon, you're about 1/6G, or that if you want to recreate gravity with artificial gravity, you kind of have to, have some kind of a spinning thing up in space. And so that was the first challenge, gravity. That kind of reflects on the several possible destinations that a lot of us are thinking about. The next one is we called resilience. The idea here is that on Earth, all of our codes, life safety codes, basically, force us to design buildings that if there's some event, the goal is to get everybody alive out of the building. In outer space, it's kind of the opposite. No matter what kind of a conceivable emergency you have, it's outside is more deadly than that. So you kind of have to design a habitat that has multiple ways to exit every bit. This is one design that I had, where this is my master's thesis, where I had these parallel lines of development, and then you can always move between each space and get to others. This was also, developed further by the Mars Foundation as Mars Home. The next bit is confinement. On Earth, we have a tremendous amount of different experiences every day, and you kind of have to be able to recreate that in space. You have to have space for people to be alone, You have to have space for a couple of people together. You have to have space for a few people, a small group. And you also have to have spaces where the whole community can come together. And so that is kind of a challenge if you're creating a space habitat. How do you create all these different environments? Space is tight, and you need different types of places for people to be alone or people to be together. The next one is cycles. The idea here is that our environment here on Earth provides a lot of externalities. It does a lot of things for us, right? Our air gets clean and our water gets clean and the carbon gets circulated. And currently in our space activities, we are really far from being closed loop. Things come up, get used, and get thrown down. And we kind of have started to close the loops a little bit. But the goal of space architecture is that if we spend more and more time at our destinations, we need to, close the loops as much as possible. I mean, this is the ISS life support system in a number of racks, and there's lots of different projects trying to incorporate life into life support so that you could start closing the loop more and more and more and more. The next one is symbiosis. This idea that on Earth, many organisms are interrelated. You never have single organisms living by themselves. And that we have a lot of different types of ecosystems and in different environments with different relationships of multiple organisms. And how do we, recreate that in space? The idea is that, if you think of our science fiction, right? No matter which one you choose, it's always, this image of humans and our machines going to take over the universe. And, all of these are mission or semi-military space stations. But, even if our other habitats are long-term settlements in science fiction, it's always humans and machines. And in real life, we start to introduce other species. On the ISS, it's always been a big celebration the last few years, whatever they harvest, even a little bit of food and stuff like that. The next bit is color. Again, the idea that our life here on Earth is tremendously full of different colors and experiences that change throughout the year and change throughout the day. And that our destinations are really monochrome. The moon is all gray and the Mars has a color, but it's all the same sort of tone throughout. And that really you have to pay attention to whatever you bring and whatever you design, that the color is really important. Here's the moon and here's Mars. And in our, my space architecture endeavors, I've always tried to think of different materials and bringing in, different color experiences. The next one we did is light. Light here, the big challenge is we have a 24-hour day, but our closest destination, has a 14-day light, 14-day night cycle on almost all of its surface. And then down at the poles, it's a little bit, you have mostly light or long periods of darkness as well. And the idea is that you kind of want to try to recreate with lights inside the habitat as much of this 24-hour variability. This is kind of a tone, color, temperature diagram throughout a normal day. And, on the ISS, it's either dark or on or off, you kind of want to, this is another project that we did, maybe play around with the light and have it change throughout the day from warmer colors in the morning to brighter colors at daylight, and then maybe going back to simulate a sunset and things like that. So think about, color and light together. The next one is race. You know, that one's, I hope everybody's very familiar with. Our beautiful star provides us with a lot of life-sustaining energy, but it also tremendous amount of radiation that here on the surface of the Earth, we're protected by our atmosphere and our magnetic field, but at most of our destinations, we don't have that. So our habitat and our design has to, you know, provide this protection. And, you know, there's lots of different solutions and people have been thinking about this for a long time, about putting things underground or taking the water that you have to have anyway and put it around your surface. So it's both, you know, providing water and providing protection, or make your habitat out of ice, which is also very good at protecting your from radiation and so on. And then the last one, I think, is mass. This idea that moving molecules in and out of gravity waves, gravity fields, is really what makes space so hard and so difficult. And so anything that you could do at your destinations that you don't have to bring with you is a tremendous benefit. You know, these days, a lot of people are thinking about 3D printing, or, but, you know, if you could, rather than bringing a bigger habitat, anything you can take and not move atoms around from Earth is really tremendously helpful. You know, this my first one of my first space architecture experiences was at MDRS, where we tried to build a vault in simulation. So this is probably not the right way to be spending time for astronauts. You know, maybe probably want to be thinking with helping with robots to do it. But again, this idea of ISRU that all of us are familiar with. Oh, there's one more. The last one was extremes. This again idea that the universe is a space of both extreme temperatures and extreme pressures. On the surface of the Earth, we kind of have a very nice little blanket that protects us, that doesn't exist in most other places at the solar system, where, you know, temperatures swings hundreds of degrees from sunlight to shade immediately. And so the other challenge of a space architect is to provide this protection. And, you know, especially with pressure too, right? The pressures containing 1 atmosphere is about an order of magnitude bigger than the pressures that we're used to designing buildings on Earth. And so that was kind of the Decalogue and the videos. And then this was the space that they gave us to exhibit this. And so we played a little bit around with how to exactly position the text and the videos. We still wanted to show the text as well that we had spent time working on. It would help explain the videos to people that are not, you know, versed in architecture or space. This is the final design of our panel. And this is what it looked like when it was there in Milano, where we had the 10 of them and you could walk past. Our original idea was that they're all equal and they're not really in order, and that we would do it in a circle, but it didn't really work out. The space they gave us was pretty nice, though. It was kind of this beautiful curve along the exhibit. Another cool part, you can see they 3D printed all of the other the stands for all of the other exhibits, which was pretty cool. And there was a lot of different interesting parts of it. This is what it looked like with people. The other one was a video from SOM that was, you know, the fancy marketing video, but here it is with actual humans stopping by and enjoying the videos. And so that's it. It currently lives on our website. So if you want to go and see and read their text and look at the videos, this is our QR code to it. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Georgi. Since we have a couple of minutes with you still, I would like to ask a question. Maybe if you could tell us your opinion on the connection between human and nature, maybe in also in this context. And if we can produce nature, can we recreate it?
I mean, that's been something I've been thinking for a while, that you really have to start thinking about bringing not just the humans, but incorporating as much other life as possible. I think obviously plants are the first step. And there's a lot of very cool projects these days that are trying to bring that up. But I think what I showed was the Eden greenhouse down at the South Pole that ESA did in Liquefer, and I think a number of people. I think the German Space Agency also was involved, if I'm not mistaken. That thing is a beautiful project to show some of this. I'm by far not the first person to think about this. I think other species that people have contemplated is, maybe fish. Aquaponics would be good. I think for a long time, other than fish, I think would probably have to be vegetarians out in space. I think it's going to be very hard to bring more higher, mammals and other animals like this, but definitely plants. That was a big part of my Master of Architecture thesis, is how do you different ways to incorporate plants in various different settings in a Mars habitat. So it's a very cool challenge, and I gotta say, I've seen the last 5 or 10 years a lot of people thinking about how to incorporate plants into space habitats, and realistically.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you for your presentation. It was very beautiful. I would like to invite Silvio De Mio for the next presentation. Also, I would like to say that if we have any more questions, we will ask them after this session. Georgi, if you'd like, you can also write your email in the chat. If
Pleasure.
somebody wants to send you an email with the question. Yes, so we continue with Silvio De Mio and his presentation called Project Loop, Lunar Lava, Tube Sealing and Inhabitation. I will introduce Silvio. He is an Italian licensed architect who works for the renowned international architectural firm OMA. Simultaneously to his work as an architectural professional, he researches and develops projects in the field of space architecture. His field of research involves investigating and designing radical, sustainable, and human-centered architectural solutions for fostering space exploration. He was awarded with the first prize in the Moon Station Space Architecture Competition promoted by YAC and European Space Agency in category called ESA's Topical Theme on Planetary Caves, in which he implemented his knowledge about human lunar bases, proposing an innovative infrastructure within a lava tube of the moon. He has been selected as a delegate by the Space Generation Advisory Council for the 7th European Space Workshop to elaborate recommendations for Airbus regarding the future of Europe on the moon. Silvio, you can start.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, listening to my presentation and to joining the gathering today. So today, I will talk to you about Project Loop. It's a project that deals with inhabiting and sealing a specific lava tube of the moon. The project was developed in the context of the Moon Station competition, as Alma briefly said before. The project was awarded with the first prize, and basically the topic of the project was to design the first human base on the moon. And within the jury, many members of the Space Architecture Technical Committee would represent Georgi Petrov himself, that presented before, and then many other esteemed space architects globally. So for me, everything started with one simple, let's say, desire to kind of continuing in the project that I applied for the competition, and I'm going to show you today about basically to kind of answer to the question, what's going to happen now with the human desire for exploration. We know that in the past, we've been able to achieve many different things, but I was wondering, what is the next milestone? What is the next big step that humanity will basically take? I think personally, it would be probably to go and set a base on the moon. And therefore, the project goal is to propose a base on the moon, which is permanent, of course, self-sufficient, safe, and human-centered. I'm not going to go through details on this, but of course, if you have questions, we can go more in detail in the Q&A later. So that being said, those are the goals of the project. And where is this project going to be materially placed on the moon? Well, lava tubes can offer a promising solution. Why? Well, because they can offer protection against micrometeorites, solar and particles, and cosmic radiation. They can offer also a pretty good stable temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius, more or less, which on Earth is quite cold, but on the moon or on Mars, it's quite of a decent temperature comparing the extremes that you can find there. And they can offer all those nice conditions in a pretty wide space protected. That, to give you an example, can host cities or even large bases with, thanks to its very big diameters and lengths. So the site that has been identified is the Lacus Mortis in the northeast near face of the moon. It is basically a hexagonal shaped plain of basaltic lava. And in this plain, we can find a pit, which is called the Lacus Mortis pit. It is, as today, the largest mare pit that we found. And it's also quite interesting because basically it offers a configuration which is very special compared to the other pits. Normally what we have is basically a hole in the surface that leads to a lava tube underneath. In here, on the other hand, one of the walls is collapsed, creating a slope that is facilitating the entrance to the lava tube itself. Here you can see more or less the dimension that we're dealing with. The radius of the tube is around the spans from 50 to 80 meters, so it's quite wide. So it claims a certain sense of urbanity and not only a mere, let's say, architectural intervention. So that's very important to express. So the design approach, right now we have a slope that facilitates the entrance, a hole, which is the entrance itself, and the lava tube. So the project is approaching the site aiming to seal the lava tube in order to create a pressurized environment within the lava tube by placing a sealing structure, a circular sealing structure at the very beginning of the entrance of the lava tube. Basically, the structure is conceived as a ring. And within the whole of the ring is placed a sealing membrane, which is translucent to allow permeability from the inside to the outside and vice versa. And also especially to bring light in, because of course the lava tube can be a very dark place, especially if you go further and further in, and also to have a view for people that are gonna inhabit the ring structure and the lava tube itself towards the outside. So the design strategy is pretty straightforward. We have a ring which is inhabited, pressurized indoor with space to host the functions of the base. And then we have the lava tube itself, which is also pressurized, a pressurized environment, but it's more conceived as an open livable space for landscape, urbanity, food production, and so on. So, and here indeed you can see again how the inhabited ring is sealing the lava tube by placing itself at the very beginning of the lava tube itself. Phases are basically something very important for the project. As some kind of intervention of this sort is not something that can happen overnight, right? So it was quite important for me in the process of the design competition, but also further on when I kept developing the project in the last year to conceive the project as something that is phased. Of course, the first one would be remote sensing, to understand the validity of the site and to understand how good is the site and its own features. The second phase would be, let's say, the first real phase in which we will deal with the construction of the robotic, the construction of the ring. Because of, let's say, the difficulty of bringing the actual structure from Earth, the ring is proposed to be 3D printed utilizing in situ resources, developing a lunar crate, for instance. Right now, the archetype of the 3D printer that we have on Earth, as you can see in the picture, is basically a 3-axis 3D printer. But then I started to wonder, what if we bend the rails, the primary rails on which this 3D printer is moving, in a arched, circular, let's say, rail? Can these help us to 3D print the proposed ring in a radial way rather than on a straight way, as normally happens on Earth? So basically, the first phase would be 2 beams, which are curved indeed in circles, attached to which we can find a 3D printer that will basically help us 3D printing the proposed ring. The second phase will be the survivability phase, in which the 3D printed ring is completed. First humans arrive, but only essential parts of the inside will be pressurized and inhabited. So accommodations, control room, emergency logistics, those are the very necessary spaces that people will need. The time spent there will be limited because creating a fully functioning ring will take decades probably, or years. So it's important to start inhabiting the place firsthand and then gradually moving to the third phase, which is sustainability phase. In this phase, a membrane will be placed on the whole of the ring and external airlocks will be added. The membrane, which is translucent, will be indeed placed and will be basically start the pressurization process of the lava tube. During this process, the human will live in the fully equipped ring, in which they will experience all the spaces of the ring, and they will also start breeding refined plants to provide food. But only in the last phase, which is the operational phase, they will start experience the lava tube itself as a whole, because the pressurization will be finished. Breathable air will be present not only in the ring, but also in the fully pressurized lava tube, in which vegetation will grow and in which will be created a sort of a closed ecological system in which people could harvest agriculture, and in which, thanks to the closed ecological system, waste and resources could be recycled. Here's, as you can see, a picture from the Lacus Mortis approaching from the entering ramp, the entrance of the lava tube on which the circle and the ring is placed, sealing the tube. As a final, let's say, result after the survivability phase and in the mere operational phase, when, let's say, the process will be completed. Here it's the ring composition, in which indeed you can see more in detail all the elements which are composing the intervention of the ring itself. So we can see in the center the habitable 3D printed ring, which is, let's say, keeping together different layering infrastructure. We can see that there is a closed ecological life support system, which is basically taking all the organic waste which inhabitants will basically produce, turning them into vegetation, food, and also fostering the well-being of the community there. Of course, you can also see the sealing translucent membrane placed on the outer face, sealing the Lacus Mortis pit. And of course, in the inner side of the lava tube, we would also place a circular light, as you can see here, in which basically will also provide light to the inside of the tube. This is an image when the whole intervention will be completed, in which you can see a vegetation starting to spread and the circle being fully operational. Well, the program, let's now dive in a bit more on the ring itself rather than on the, let's say, general approach that the project is having. So about the program, this was given by the YAC, which is the promoter of the competition. I slightly refined it to optimize it to what I really felt was needed. It can split basically in private, common, and work. Important to say that the ring is hosting 16 people, 10 permanent plus 6 guests that can be visitors, scientists, or even tourists. Those functions are placed within the ring in the following ways. So having 2 main common programs at the bottom and on the top, which are the common hall at the ground floor and the observatory in the upper deck, that are basically keeping together all the more private and operational and working related functions. Important also to see how guests and staff are divided. Their accommodation are divided to allow the maximum degree of privacy. So here you can see indeed the site plan in which you can perceive how the ring, its ceiling, on the ground floor, the lava tube. Zooming in the ground floor plan, we can see on the 2 sides, on left and right, the airlocks for rovers, but also for humans. Important to have, of course, more than one each to allow redundancy in case of emergency. The ring itself has a central space, which is a common hall. And then on the top and on the bottom, there are 2, let's say, outfitted walls, very thick walls, in which we can find rooms for services like on the bottom, we can see the bathrooms, the laundry, the kitchen, the storages. And on the top, another additional airlock with suites in which, let's say, to allow, again, redundancy, people could use in case of emergency. And also important to know that this airlock will be present also in the survivability phase when the external airlocks won't be there, but the internal airlock will function. Here is a view of the common hall in which we can see how the space is configured, also with a glazed ceiling. Of course, as Georgi was saying before, the topic of windows is very important, although still in progress research-wise. But it's good, I think, to experience the green, the lava tube, the environment itself while you stay inside, and also to have a space which is as much flexible as possible, but also at the same time, which is not flat, which is kind of more dynamic as it is here. Then we will go up and we will find the infirmary and the laboratories. And in every level, different programs will interlock within each other, such as a gym, again, laboratories, which are a very important part, laboratories in the program itself, as people who go there, not merely as tourists, but I really feel they will start researching a lot once there. So it's quite one of the primary spaces that we have in the project. Of course, the greenhouse is another of those, together with the control room, the greenhouse, both in the beginning phases and also especially in the last most important phase, which is the operational phase, will provide food, will breed vegetation, and these will all help to, let's say, create an intervention which is as much close as possible to decrease and bring next to zero the dependency from planet Earth. Rooms are basically splitted again between guests and staff. It was very important for me to make sure that each guest and each staff, each person living in the ring had his own privacy. So each room has its own window facing outwards, very small window, which can be, of course, shaded in case of emergency of radiation, but on the other hand, can be open to admire the crater and also planet Earth when visible from the Lacus Mortis pit. And also important is to say that every room will be possibly having a bathroom and a toilet to indeed create its own bubble of independency within the ring. The last floor would be the observatory. As we were saying before, the observatory is conceived as a main open space deck, which is facing both inwards towards the lava tube and outwards towards, let's say, the surface of the moon and Earth, finally. Here you can see a view from the observatory in which, indeed, people could gather, relax, but also, still research while being there, looking at planet Earth, looking up the crater, and so on. So yeah, it was quite important for me to, let's say, put at the very beginning, which is the ground floor, and at the top, as you can see here, the two main public programs to kind of make sure that the ring was fully accessible. Doesn't matter where you are. And then within this accessibility, you can find the more single rooms, it's more specific. Here to conclude, a view of, again, inside the lava tube, how it will look when it will be fully operating. And yeah, that was it. Thank you very much for listening and for your time. And if you have any questions, please, I'm sure later we will have time in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvio. If somebody has a question, you can ask now. We have some time also to ask and answer questions. But maybe I can start a question for Silvio. It was an awesome presentation, and thank you very much. I love the idea. I wanted to ask you about the inner membrane of this lava tube. Does it have a protective layer, or can it maybe be toxic to humans?
Well,
what is your opinion?
Yeah, I think in my opinion would be some kind of you mean the membrane itself, or if the membrane is enough to protect? That was the question, or if the membrane itself can be dangerous?
I'm asking actually about the inner membrane of the lava tube, like the walls, the nature.
Okay.
Walls.
I thought you were.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Okay, okay. That was No, I think like for now, like all the studies have been confirmed that, let's say, when you are inside, you should be protected and fully protected. There has been also by Purdue University some kind of structural studies that can confirm that basically lava tubes can hold the pressure of the air pressurizing the lava tube.
Mm-hmm.
So structurally and also, let's say, radiation-wise, they can protect. Of course, that's all theory, right? No one haven't been in a lava tube, no human, no rover, no probe. So it's also very important, I think, to first go there with some kind of robot, or as you can see here in the remote sensing phase, to kind of prove all those problems that right now are only theoretical, and then we need to actually prove. But as far from now as I'm concerned, it should be more oriented towards be fine rather than towards being a problem. But of course, I think it's also very important to take our own time to really understand if it's really feasible, if it's toxic or not. But so far, it doesn't look like it is. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. We have questions in the chat from Eszter Gulacsi. She's asking, Silvia, do I understand correctly that the pressurized ceiling structure is load-bearing? Also, any of the regolith structure is less than 1 meter thick? Question mark. If so, the radiation dose will be much higher than on the surface. Is the translucent membrane radiation reductive? I couldn't tell. Do you have double egress from every closed room?
Yes. So about the ceiling membrane, as you can see here. So let's say the ceiling membrane, of course, would be conceived as a protective material, although let's say is a redundant let's say solution, as in the ring. It's placed in an area which is already protected. If it was on the surface, it would be a much higher risk. But because it's pushed in slightly, while still being at the very beginning of the lava tube, it's pushed in slightly. So basically, it's already protected by itself. So all the thicker walls that we can see in the plan in here, yeah, or all those thick walls are just to allow redundancy. But the position in which let's say the ring is placed, it's already quite safe by itself. About the second question, I think was related to emergency exits. Could it be right?
Is there egress from every closed room?
What do you mean with egress? Sorry.
Sorry,
Eszter,
if I ask
Yeah.
first of all, the second question is whether there is any part of the lava tube that is thinner than 1 meter, because that's not going to protect you from radiation at all.
Yeah, you mean in section, like the lava tube in section, right?
Yes, for example, where the ring is, and you're saying that it's covered, but if there is no more than a meter, then it's not
No,
going
for
to.
sure. Yeah, no, for sure. It is always more than a meter, yeah. Because of course, like in this area, which is the minimum, it's already more than 10 meters. Yeah.
Good.
These, of course, based on the NASA, let's say, information, and also from the model that the competition shared. Of course, again, as I was saying, remote sensing will tell us more about the ring itself, the lava tube itself, but let's say as a whole, we're always keeping at least 10 meters off. Otherwise, also the lava tube will collapse once, let's say.
And those would be much higher than on the surface, so
yeah.
Wouldn't be any point to have it. The third was the membrane, which you first thought that Alma was asking about at the front, whether that is radiation protective.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Your window.
Sorry?
Basically, your window,
Yeah.
the translucent one.
Yes. So basically, so those windows are very deep. So they are like more than a meter, basically, and they can be shielded as well. And also the membrane is, let's say, conceived as something that will help protecting. But the thing is that the ring position is already pushed in within the lava tube. So in the place that you put the ring, it's already, let's say, quite protected from the radiation. As a
To say, but not from galactic cosmic rays.
Okay.
Those are not direct. So
I think we have somebody at the microphone. Ken, is that?
So
do we have a question?
Mr. Hart is the next speaker.
All right. Okay. Eszter, do you want to ask another question, or can we start with the next presentation?
sure, that's why I wrote into the chat, because I thought that we have the Q&A at the end. But
No, thank you very much,
Eszter,
Eszter.
for your
We will continue this discussion after the session number 1. So please stay here, and we will start now with Silvio. Also, thank you very much for your presentation. It's a beautiful project. I love the idea very much. So we will start with the third presentation. It is from William Hart. It's called Psyche: Journey to a Metal World. And William Hart is a member of the Project Systems Engineering and Formulation section at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He is currently on the Project Systems Engineering team for the Psyche and Spherix missions. From 2007 to 2016, he served a variety of roles for Space Systems, Laurel, later called Maxar Technologies, leading bus designs efforts for a variety of commercial and government new business proposals. He received his bachelor diploma in mechanical engineering from the University of Notre Dame and his master diploma and PhD in aeronautics and astronautics from Stanford University. All right, so William.
Yeah,
please.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Thank you. Thank you in the back row. So as I said, my name is William Hart. I work at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Currently the Deputy Project Systems Engineer on a mission called Spherix, which is a whole nother presentation in itself. But this morning, and I guess afternoon for a lot of people online here, I'll be talking to you about Psyche: Journey to a Metal World. which is a planetary science mission that you may have seen in the news last year. It was launched back in October. So I'll start out with the big question here, which is, what is Psyche, specifically the asteroid 16 Psyche? It was discovered back in the year 1852 at the University of Naples by the astronomer Annabelle de Gasparis. At the time, it was a relatively large asteroid. They said it was about 150 to 200 kilometers at longest axis. I've shown it here on the upper left-hand side against some of the larger asteroids in the Moon and Earth. But to the vast majority of people who ask me how big is it, I say it's roughly the size of the state of Massachusetts. It orbits the sun at roughly 2.7 to 3.3 AU. And, you know, that would have been the end of the story back in 1852. But in the 1970s and 80s, some astronomers decided to take a closer look at it, and the story changed a bit. One of the things they discovered was it had a relatively high radar albedo. An albedo is a measurement of the brightness of the material coming off. And it found it was roughly 2 to 4 times the albedo of what they saw in Ceres and Vesta. Another thing they discovered is that it had a high density. Again, it was roughly 2 to 4 times that of Ceres. And what it really struck out was that it had a high thermal inertia. What I list there is the ubiquitous 100 thermal inertia unit, which is what they use. And it had a thermal inertia of 120. By comparison, Ceres and Vesta at somewhere on the order of 5 to 20. So it was really an outlier. And all of those, when you combine them together, meant that it wasn't what's called a C-type asteroid, but what they classify as an M-type asteroid, which is an asteroid that is mostly metal. And when you dig even deeper, it gets even more interesting. Psyche, they discovered with further measurements in the 1970s, had a rotational period of roughly 4.2 hours. But during that time, they didn't see a whole lot of change in the albedo or any of the other properties I just described. They saw that the surface was pretty much homogeneous, which meant that this M-type asteroid with this metal, mostly metal appearances, it was relatively metal all the way through. So they classified it as an M-type asteroid. It's the 10th largest asteroid in the solar system, but it's the largest M-type, and it's not even close. To give you some comparison here, we've discovered 19 M-type asteroids in the solar system that we know of. And this one, if you took the next 10 M-type asteroids and clumped them all together, you still wouldn't get the size of Psyche. It is just that much of an outlier. If you talk to the principal investigator, she'll say, it's not just a unique asteroid, it's an improbable asteroid. It shouldn't really exist, except in very unique corner cases. And yet, here it is. Here we have it. So that all left us with a hypothesis about 10 or 15 years ago, which was, did this come to be because it could have been a core of a protoplanet that once existed in our solar system, and then through a series of hit-and-run collisions over the course of millions of years, the mantle was stripped off, leaving this for us to find? And if so, that would be pretty exciting. A protoplanet core, well, a planetary core is not something that is easily investigatable. You can't go and, with our technology, dig down into the Earth's surface all the way down to the core and investigate it. You just aren't able to do that. This is probably the only opportunity we have in the solar system to investigate a protoplanetary core, if it does exist. So it's compelling science, and that's why we're going there. So the next question is, how are we going there? So we've developed a spacecraft and launched it, which contains 3 instruments. And the first one is a set of magnetometer sensors, which are located right here on this boom. And those will be able to gauge a magnetic field of a planetoid. Then we have a set of gamma ray and neutron spectrometers, which we have in the other boom here. And we use that to determine the elemental composition of the asteroid. And then finally, as it seems on most probes, we have 2 sets of imagers. They're located here on the spacecraft bus, and we'll use those to image the plant surface. In addition to this, we have a technology demonstration known as the Deep Space Optical Communications Payload. It's located I'm going to circle it right here on the opposite side from the imager here. And that's used to demonstrate the use of optical communications at large distances, say up to Earth to Mars. And I'll be getting to that a little bit later, what we've done with that. So that's the payload that we have on board. And we also have the spacecraft bus. And the spacecraft bus is the fusion of two partners. One is Space Systems Loral, although now they're called Maxar Technologies, and the other is JPL. And each of those groups has some key strengths here. With regards to SSL, or Maxar, they are probably the preeminent provider of electric propulsion until just a couple of years ago, thanks to Starlink. They have provided high-power electric propulsion to 45 spacecraft currently in orbit. And they also provide high-power spacecraft. When we were looking in the early days of this proposal, we said we needed a spacecraft with roughly 20 kilowatts of solar array power. And Space Systems Loral, that was well in their wheelhouse. They've produced anywhere from 50 to 70 spacecraft with over 20 kilowatts of payload power. And right now, there's another project known as the Lunar Gateway, the power and propulsion element, which they're hoping to get about 40 kilowatts of payload power, or 40 kilowatts of solar array power. So this was well within their wheelhouse. However, there are some properties that Maxar, being a provider of communication satellites, they wouldn't normally have, which is what JPL has. One of which is autonomy and fault protection on a deep space mission is very, very different than that of a communication satellite in geo orbit, which in the case of the latter, they'll primarily rely upon operators on Earth to get back and resolve issues. Here on a deep space mission, you rely pretty much on the satellite to get into a safe, quiescent state and respond back over the course of minutes to hours to the operator. The other thing is deep space communications. JPL basically has a product line at this point, which they use on all their satellites that we utilized on this project. So this is my how it started, how it's going slide here. It took about 10 years from the initial napkin sketch to Psyche actually launching. In 2013, we had our initial concept studies through what's called the A-Team, which is a concurrent design engineering facility that JPL has on site. You'll see those pictures there on the upper right-hand side. Those were sketches of what we thought the Psyche spacecraft should look like from one of our first sessions that we did. And I have to admit, we pretty much got it on target. Pretty close to what we thought, what it ended up being like. And we did about a year worth of study before they announced the competed missions for NASA for planetary science. They have 3 classes of that. One's a Discovery class, one's a New Frontiers class, and one is an Explorer class. And we fit in the Discovery class. And the differences between those are pretty much the cost cap that you're allowed not to exceed. There were I want to say somewhere around 35 different studies that were put out for Discovery Step 1. And they had to down select those and down select those to 5 at the end of Step 1. And of those 5, it was a very competitive selection. The other 4 were Lucy, which is a spacecraft that's going to the asteroids that was launched in 2021. There was a program called NeoCam, which is an asteroid. It was an observatory meant specifically for asteroids. That has become NeoSurveyor and is currently in production right now at JPL. And then the last 2 were called Veritas and Da Vinci. And those were selected 3 years later in the next round of Discovery proposals. So all 5 of those spacecraft that were in Step 2 were very credible science missions. And in fact, I believe those other 4 all had been proposed previous times. Psyche, this was their first time proposing this mission. So we went through a Step 2 effort that lasted about a year. We had a site visit where we went on camp. We visited a facility, or rather the review board did. They did a week-long discussion with us. And then in January 2017, they selected Psyche as well as Lucy to go forward for implementation as part of Step 2. Given the crowd that I have here, I'm going to mention during that proposal session, A large amount of help was done by Brent Sherwood, who most of you are familiar with. He did a great job during that formulation, that storybook session. I think a number of team members would say we wouldn't have gotten where we've got without him. So we were selected in January 2017. That first 3 years, we went through phase B and C in terms of the NASA parlance of verification and validation, coming up with the requirements and so forth, refining the design. We went through project CDR in May 2020, which was 2 months after, I think, an important event for all of us happened or started. So it was very interesting having to go through a virtual design review and basically virtual construction and testing of this spacecraft, which was a 3-year process all the way through to 2023. We got it out to launch base, and then we had final testing over a year, and then we were set to launch sometime in August for our launch window, which began in October of 2023. This slide here shows the baseline mission design. We launched in October, and this red line here represents a checkout period of 100 days, which we had from right after launch. We tested out the various subsystems. We tested out the payload. We tested out the thrusters. We had a little bit of margin on top of that before you see the start of this gray line, which is where we start thrusting. Those arcs represent when we use the solar electric propulsion system that is on Psyche. We thrust a long amount of time. It's a cruise phase of 5.9 years. We have these thrust arcs for about half of it. During that half time, we thrust about 90% duty cycle during that time. So it's a very long amount of thrust. I believe we hold the record for the time being of the most electric propulsion propellant ever on a spacecraft. Although I think in the next year or two, we're going to be eclipsed by another spacecraft. So it's going to take us a couple of years. And then in May 2026, we are going to have the Mars Gravity Assist. And then we're going to have another huge thrusting arc. And then we're going to arrive at Psyche in August of 2029 for a 2-year orbital operations phase. I'm going to mention here also in this chart, you can see these blue dots here and here. Those represent the portions of the arc that we test the Deep Space Optical Communications payload. We've done a few initial tests of that. We haven't completed it because we're not all the way out there yet. They have been quite successful. We've been able to achieve the data rates that we were hoping for, weather notwithstanding. You may have seen in the news a cat called Taters, which was a cat of one of the DSOC team members that we had him chasing a laser as part of a video, which we then downloaded from the spacecraft on DSOC to Earth, and then we put it on YouTube, and it got somewhere in the top 10 for a couple of days, I think. So it was surprising that that cat was able to do so well. So when we get to the orbital operations phase, it consists of 4 orbits that we've defined. Each of these orbits is specifically defined for a science goal that we have. Orbit A here is to characterize the magnetic field. Orbit B, we go in a bit deeper and we use the imager for topography. Orbit C, we do gravity science through our X-band communication system. And then finally, in Orbit D, we're going to use the GRNS for elemental mapping. That doesn't mean that we don't have all the instruments. We only turn on the instruments in any given orbit. We keep them on pretty much the whole time. But it does mean that in order to get the accuracy that we need in order to meet our science requirements, we have to use them at these orbits. Orbits A through C are polar orbits, so we can cover the whole planet asteroid. Once we get down to orbit D, which is an altitude of about 75 kilometers, then we switch the inclination to 160 degrees. all of these orbit changes, all of these inclination changes and whatnot are done using the electric propulsion system. In fact, we don't have any biprop on board Psyche at all. We have a cold gas system using nitrogen, but there's no biprop on board. You may also notice in this chart, I mentioned orbits B1 and B2. And, okay, I can go back to the previous chart. I have this one slide here.
Excuse me, William, you're muted. Sorry. Thank you, Ken.
Try it again.
I promise I've been talking. I haven't touched anything.
Perfect. We can hear you now. Yes, everything's good.
But wait a second. So you haven't heard from him all the way?
No. Just for the last 30 seconds.
Okay, that's
Okay.
So maybe start with this slide from the beginning.
This slide?
This one, yes.
Okay. So we start by launching in October 2023. We have a small checkout phase. That's that red line for 100 days. Then we have these gray arcs that are located here. And these gray arcs represent the points at which we thrust. And we thrust at about a 90% duty cycle, meaning we have the thrusters on for 90% of the time.
So we heard you for this slide. The next one we didn't hear.
The next one. Okay.
Yes, this one.
All right. So orbital operations consist of 4 orbits, A, B, C, and D. These orbits are each designed for a different scientific measurement. Orbit A for magnetometer for characterizing the field. Orbit B for the imager to characterize the asteroid. C is gravity science to characterize the gravity gradients of the asteroid. And orbit D for elemental mapping. A, B, and C are polar. Orbit D has a slightly different inclination to get the science that we want. And I'm going to mention here, we split up orbits B into B1 and B2. You can kind of see it in this slide here, these green arcs, because if you look at the outer one, you see the surface lighting conditions. And while we wanted to do it in order, we found that the surface lighting got so bad at some point that we had to split them out. And so that's what we're doing. A, B, then down to D, up to C, and then back up to B2. And this is a slide I like to show, showing the trajectory view. You can see kind of the colors and the orbits and where they're at relative to the size of the asteroid. But on the far right there, you see a complex orbital transfer. And it's not simple because it's electric propulsion. And you can see the dark portions of the line. Those dark portions represent when we're thrusting versus when we're not thrusting. So electric propulsion, using that for orbital transfers, even for something like an asteroid like this, is a very complicated setup. Also, you got to keep in mind, we don't exactly know what the asteroid looks like. Once we get there, all the plans will change once we get the gravity gradients all figured out. So this was the launch in October of 2023. We launched on a Falcon Heavy. If any of you haven't seen a Falcon Heavy launch in person, I greatly suggest that you do that. These had the reusable side boosters that landed shortly after. These side boosters are, coincidentally, they're going to be used in a few months for the Europa Clipper launch that JPL also has. On the picture on the right, that is the separation of the spacecraft from the launch vehicle. Many of us on the team thought, oh, this is the last time we're ever going to see that spacecraft after like 5 or 6 years. It turned out there was an enterprising astronomer the next day who was keeping track and got a little blip of the spacecraft as it was heading out in an Earth escape trajectory. But I don't have that picture here. So this was the last close-up view we have of the spacecraft and we'll probably ever see. So where is it now? Last time I checked, which was about 15 minutes ago on my computer. It's 2.2 AU from the sun and about 2.5 AU from Earth. And it's going on the correct trajectory, and it's thrusting right now. And there's a couple of ways that you can keep track. I list these websites here. You can go to these websites. There's also a mission blog that members of the team periodically, including myself, have put various posts on about how the mission's going, things that we've learned on the mission, etc. And what's happened and what's next. I talked about the optical communication. I've talked about Hall effect thrusters. We're the first use of Hall effect thrusters outside our sphere of influence. And in fact, this would be a good time to tout electric propulsion. Many people think electric propulsion, when I tell them about it, they think it's exotic, it's new, never heard of it. Thanks to Starlink, there are more spacecraft with Hall effect thrusters now in orbit than any other spacecraft. So electric propulsion is on the rise. It's here to stay. We had our cruise phase starting in January of 2024, and we're starting the periodic calibrations that we'll do every 6 months for our instrument, but hopefully it's going to be pretty boring, and hopefully you're not going to see the spacecraft in the news until we get there. We're going to do our Mars flyby, and then we're going to do our arrival operations in 2029, and we'll see what we find from there. So that's all I have. I'll leave the floor open. I think it's not questions. I think there's one more speaker, and then I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, William. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. I was actually wondering where is Psyche right now, but you cleared that up in the last couple of slides. All right, we will take questions after the next presentation. Thank you so much, William. We will continue with Alfredo Munoz. Alfredo, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, I will introduce you right now. Alfredo Munoz and his presentation called Digital Simulation of Extreme Environments. Alfredo Munoz is the founder and CEO of the Futureverse, an ecosystem that leverages virtual reality and blockchain technology to create digital simulations of extreme environments that provide entertainment and education through gamification. These environments are the results of the work of international experts in architecture, arts, deep tech, sociology, blockchain, and the space industry. Alfredo's work has been featured in media outlets such as BBC, Bloomberg, National Geographic, Forbes, Business Insider, CNN, Wallpaper, and Harper's Bazaar, among many others. Alfredo Munoz is the chair of membership at the Technical Committee of Space Architecture of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and he has been considered the youngest among the most influential Spanish architects and is a European young leader. Thank you very much, Alfredo, and you can start with the presentation.
See my screen, Alma? I don't know if you see my screen, Alma. Can you help me out?
We can see your screen, but I cannot hear you very well.
You don't hear me very well?
Maybe if you come closer.
Okay. Let me get. How about now? Better?
I think it is, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Very good. So we are all very familiar with the concept of space analogs. How can we ensure that we test complex and dangerous situations in a safe environment? And we all know many of the space analogs across the world. The advantage is that we can have people attending those space analogs and creating simulations before they go to space and put their life at risk. Well, this is the work that we have done, the architectural design that we have done with the MDRS. Many of you know about it. We did the design on some architecture and interior design a couple of years ago. Those of you that have been there know that it required a little bit of love, and they are taking care of it very soon. But back to the space analogs, the idea of creating a safe environment for simulations is fantastic if we want to test physical conditions. But last week we got the fantastic news with the SpaceX. And what is going to happen very soon is that we are going to have large-scale settlements of world. And what happens when we have hundreds or thousands of people in a very extreme environment trying to get along with each other? How do we deal with social conflict? How are we going to understand economics and governance and all type of interactions that are going to happen in a large-scale community? The truth is that with current space analogs on Earth, we cannot really perform at the macro level those simulations. So what we have done for the last 4 years is to bring different technologies that combine blockchain with virtual reality and AI to create a virtual space analog. We have been working, as I said, for the last 4 years with some top global leaders in the field of space industry, gaming, blockchain, fashion, space architecture, and many others, in order to be able to create a hyper-realistic scenario that help us to get real-time data of how a future settlement of world is going to perform. But not only we envision this could be very relevant for the space industry, but also for extreme environments that very soon we are going to face on Earth if we don't take care of our planet due to climate change. So what we have done is we have targeted to create 5 different extreme environments. One of them is, or 2 of them indeed, are on the space. We are targeting the moon, and we have already created one on Mars. And we are targeting 3 more on Earth. One of them, a floating city that is a result of the ocean rise. Another one in the deserts because of the highly increase of temperatures and in many areas of the world, lack of water. And another one, a post-apocalyptic world of a nuclear war that will have to deal what happens if the highly intense geopolitical situation continues to rise and we have a nuclear war. So all of those extreme environments are learn from each other. And what you can see on the screen is some QR codes. If you're interested in doing a deep dive into the scientific aspects and how they relate to each other, please feel free to do it. But one of the common characteristics that we face in extreme environments is that we require cooperation to survive. We cannot rely on individualism if we are going to guarantee that a large community is going to survive and is not going to implode when they are exposed to such harsh environments. But at the same time, we need innovation. We create competition, so we create those opportunities for people to be motivated to innovate. So what we have created is an ecosystem that is based on collaborative competition. The key is, okay, how are we going to get relevant data? How are we going to get thousands and hundreds of thousands of people interacting in this simulation to understand what will happen in these scenarios of social conflict? The answer for us was gamification. Through gamification and through EdTech, we can obtain the opportunity for hundreds of people and thousands of people and hundreds and thousands of people, hopefully, that might not be in our industry that is very technical and sometimes can be experienced as dry for the common layman, and be able to still see how different peoples of different backgrounds interact with each other when they are exposed to such complex environments. If you want to see the gameplay that we have, you can also explore on the QR code. I'm going to show just a couple of minutes video of some of the environments that we created just to give you an understanding of the spaces that come as a result of the simulations that we have done. In this particular case, we started with Mars.
Challenges us to cooperate, not only to survive, but to thrive. Welcome to the future that is on Mars, an opportunity to build a better future together. Be part of the community of artists, gamers, investors, and scientists. Leverage the power of blockchain. You can join as an explorer to travel around the red planet and visit settlements to complete missions, or contribute as an inventor, proposing creative and efficient solutions for living on Mars that can also solve urgent problems on Earth. Turn into an entrepreneur by developing the physical and social infrastructure for the Martians and enjoy its rewards. Additionally, you could become a citizen with exclusive access, premium voting rights, and your own Martian political vote. Lay the foundations for a new brighter humanity. An interplanetary challenge is waiting for you. Welcome to Ortega, the Futureverse on Mars.
So as I was telling, Onteco Mars is the first world that we created inside the Futureverse. And back to the technologies that we are implementing, AI plays a critical role. First, because once we are able to achieve the critical mass of people interacting with the ecosystem, we will be able to get all of that data and use predictive analysis to understand what happens for social sciences when we are exposed to very harsh conditions. But at the same time, we need to create engagement, and we wanted to be sure that the in-game experience was very interactive and appealing. So what we have created is an AI that we have trained the AI to be able to interact with the user and provide questions on all the topics related to the extreme environments that we have created, and also any topic that might be interesting for the user to interact. And also we created an AI movement platform that basically all the different avatars interact in the environment based on an AI technology. I'm just going to give you a couple of seconds, a fun opportunity to see how a user interacts with one of the avatars.
Join me on this journey.
Yes.
Splendid. Let's start with our trusty drone bot, Wilson. He's not just a pretty face, you know. Wilson helps us monitor and maintain the habitat, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. It's quite the jokester when you get to know him.
So we were inspired, as you probably recognize, in Castaway, to call the robot Wilson. Anyhow, you will have the opportunity to see it very soon. Another aspect that is critical for what we have created in the Futureverse is the integration with blockchain technology and Web3 solutions. We are already deployed in Polygon blockchain, and what we have done is we integrated different aspects of what blockchain enables for us in the scientific community to leverage to the maximum potential. And one of the advantages that we see with blockchain is that every single interaction is traceable. It is anonymous. We don't know who created that interaction, but we can trace every single thing that happens in the ecosystem. At the same time, if it's done properly, it can be very scalable. So what we have done is we have created an entire economy and governance systems that is based on energy, which is obviously critical in an extreme environment. So if you're interested in the economical model, it's very, very detailed. You can spend several hours looking into it. You can go to the QR code and understand how we are linking an economy through the power of, we're calling it power units, which is highly connected to the resources that, or the lack of resources that we will have in an extreme environment, and how that affects the relationships among the community and the opportunities for even the community members to create content. Well, back to the vision that I mentioned before, we want to have an outreach that goes farther than a selected group of academics and very technical people that maybe are joining us today. So what we created is a platform that allows to play while we learn. And edutainment, we think, is very important, especially for those that might be younger adults or maybe kids that want to start to get familiar with STEM, might want to get familiar with the industry, what happens in an extreme environment, why sustainability is so connected with the research and development and innovation that is associated with the space industry. So that is available already. It's free. Anyone can go and can play online, no downloads required for you to be able to play. I encourage you to do it. We would love to hear from you. You probably know all the answers because it's not very, very complex, and many of you are very familiar with the topics, but still it's fun. And if you know people that might be studying, they can leverage it as well. But Don't Take Mars that I mentioned, we are releasing it on July 20 to celebrate the 55th year of humans arriving on the moon. We are doing a full release, and we are quite excited. As I said, we have been working on this with the whole team for 4 years. And what I would like to offer you guys is if you register, which is free, and you do it before July 20th, we will be sending you a free opportunity for you to start interacting, and we think that you're going to like it very much. So with this, I'm all about the questions you might have, and all yours.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. This was very interesting. You showed us also beautiful animations and videos. And I wanted to ask you, I also did a little bit of virtual reality walkthroughs through 3D models. And I wanted to ask you, what are the softwares that are you using, like from the very beginning until the headset, so to say?
So for us, hyperrealism was critical to ensure that we were able to create an environment that was as realistic as possible. But also we wanted to create a very strong gamification experience, as I mentioned before. The best platform to accomplish that is Unreal Engine. It's the platform that many of the AAA games companies use. It has been used a lot in Hollywood as well, like The Mandalorian. So we are using Unreal Engine as the platform, and then we are integrating a lot of our custom code, like all the AI that I was telling you, and some other plugins, obviously, that are connected to Unreal Engine. And what we wanted to do as well is, while the VR is amazing, and if you have equipment for VR, I highly encourage you that you take advantage of it. But we wanted to have outreach, right? And the truth is that there are not that many people out there that still have access to a VR headset. So we are going to have it for PC as well. And back to your question about the VR headset, we are still not going to be able to have it for Apple Pro, but it will be available for Meta for the Quest 2, 3, and the Pro. And then you can also connect it to the computer, or you can use it independently from the Quest without the need to connect to the computer. And all of that will be, as I mentioned, available on July 20th.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I have also been trying to use VR headset independently from the computer, since maybe if, for example, I want to show a 3D model to a client, I cannot maybe take my computer with me. So I've been searching for these platforms where I can so to say, upload my 3D, and then with my VR headset, go to this specific link and open my 3D model.
Yeah, so there are two ways you can do it. One way is to provide online access. As I mentioned before, the Futureverse is going to be available online without the need to download. But we can also help you out in the sense that if you use Unreal Engine, you can pack for Android, and I mean, it's complex, and you need to be sure that you have the right team, but we can guide you on that. And then if you pack for Android, you can upload it directly into your VR headset. But if you have a laptop that is a gaming laptop, you can also connect with our link, and it's much easier from the technical point of view to just create an app for the computer and then connect with the Airlink, and then all you need to do is to have a modem that you carry with you. and then you just ensure you have internet, a private internet, where your PC is connected to your headset, and that is way easier. But we have done both, and we're happy, Alma, to help you out, to reach out to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to start with the discussions and questions and answers now. I'm inviting all people who have questions to ask questions.
Well, Alma, I just have a comment.
Yes, please.
Actually, you mentioned about this 3D goggle thing. How do you call it?
Yes.
Virtual reality. Our section has probably 2 or 3 events on this, and there was a speaker. He was from Europe. He was developing the moon 3D model. So they are building a city of 3D city. It's called, I forgot the name, but I can send it to you and Alfredo. You know, maybe you can work with him, you know, something like that. It's fun.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Do we have questions?
Any question?
Okay, then I'll just jump in. I have a question, but also wanted to add to the
VR headset.
What we did very, very long time ago, we used our phones. As I added to the chat, there's a BMax where you can download your 3D model. And basically, when we visited the client, we all had our mobile with us, and there was foldable paper glass which you could put your phone into, so it became a VR goggle. It's not as good, but it's easier to take with you. I don't know if that would work with Futureverse or not.
True. Yes, I've seen it.
Yes.
I've seen it. Yes, yes. All right. Okay. Georgi, do you have a question, or maybe I can ask you a question?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, we did not have enough time at the end of your presentation, but I wanted to elaborate on my question. This connection between nature and humans on Earth and in space. I know that we cannot create nature everywhere, but can we like somehow recreate it, as in take the essence of nature and create it elsewhere, like in biomimicry? Like taking the visual aesthetics of the plants and recreating it somewhere else.
I hadn't thought of that. I mean, biomimicry is a very good design tool to get your ideas, but I think there's slightly different type of challenges. I do think that if we plan to have long-term human life in outer space, we do need the actual real biology with us, the real plants, and both for, you know, food, but more so even for psychological benefits. You know, you can see in my images of the astronauts on the space station, it's always a tremendous celebration to have some fresh things. So I think biomimicry is a very good tool early in the design process, but in the final design, I still think you need some plants.
Of course.
That's what I would say about that. I have a question for Silvio, I guess. I liked your project. I was on maybe, I don't know, I don't think it's secret, right? I was one of the jury.
Yeah, I think it's published in the presentation, actually.
I think it was published who the jury was, right? So I
no
like your
worries.
project very much. Can you remind me, what were the plans, what were your vision for the inside of the lava tube? Because most of your habitable spaces were at the gate, right?
Yes. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying in the presentation, so the lava tube itself will be conceived more as a urban space, open for landscape research activities and crop production, food production to kind of harvest large-scale lunar agriculture, and also for like explorers to dive further and further in the lava tube. It's more like to make a parallel between what we have on planet Earth. The ring would be more like the house, the skyscraper, whatever we live and work in, and the lava tube environment would be squares, parks,
Good.
agricultural land. That's more or less the comparison. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, I like it because my suspicion about lava tubes and project in lava tubes is that we are probably not very certain how airtight they are. So in your scheme, that actually kind of addresses that because you could pressurize the actual lava tube to a lot lower pressure, maybe have people visiting with some supplemental oxygen, and then you have the normal ring where everybody spends most of their time. So I like that. Good idea.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have to say that when I was designing it, I thought about placing a secondary membrane further into the tube. So like a certain just section of the tube was pressurized, but then I thought, indeed, maybe with some suits or oxygen masks, you can actually still explore the lava tube without the necessity of, placing a secondary structure to seal it at the end. Also, I think with, previous missions, we can verify how deep it is, how easy it would be to pressurize it. So yeah, thank you very much for your feedback. It was great to talk to you.
And Silvio, would the same idea work on Mars? Or what would be the difference?
That's a very interesting question as well. I have to say I still need to research on this. My plan would be to indeed shift a little bit more towards Mars in the next couple of years to verify it indeed, together with developing solutions also for surface structures. Also to have a comprehensive vision in my mind of what's best. I think it's very important to be critical towards what we design. So I think I know the pros of lunar lava tubes. I don't know the pros of myself, like firsthand. I don't know the pros of Martian lava tubes or surface lava tubes, as well as I know for lunar lava tubes. So I think it might work. I know the dimension because of gravity on Mars. Dimension of lava tubes can be different, as it is also different on Earth. So generally has been developed in the past by other architects and researchers, projects for Martian lava tubes in habitation that are very different from the one I propose, of course. So, but in general, let's say we can inhabitate Martian lava tubes as well, not maybe with the same configuration, but with other configuration for sure. I think it's also important to stress that this solution works because we have a ramp that access the lava tube. So you can actually place in a 90-degree the building. Maybe on Mars, still need to verify it, but mainly the lava tubes are just a hole in the ground. So you need to kind of adapt it, but I think can be adapted somehow. So it would be interesting to research it for sure. I have a question for Georgi, actually.
Oh, for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, then we will ask William later.
No. Sorry, I thought it was...
No, it's okay.
I was wondering what are the topics on which white paper could be beneficial. You mentioned Windows that you will do. What are the other topics to be covered?
Oof, that is a good good point. I mean, we haven't prescribed topics. I know one white paper that needs writing is a topic that keeps coming up a lot about licensing. Should we have licensing for space architects like we do on Earth? I personally think it's too early for that, but there's people that keep bringing that topic up, and so it's something that we should discuss as a community. It keeps coming up every 5 or 6 years. There's I'm interested in the one about Windows. I don't have maybe we should. I'll put it to the people leading this that maybe we should have something about the suggested topics. We do have already one written about crew size. We do have one that we're thinking about inflatable airlocks. As I mentioned, standards. So sort of the idea is like, these big topics that people should address, and what has been done and what you think could be good topics for research that are blank spots in our collective knowledge in the next 10 years. So that's kind of our thinking. But we have not made a list of, and that's like, the ask for a white paper is, I understand with everybody being really busy, is kind of big. So my idea is that it should be something that the person that would write a white paper is interested in, so that they would spend the time to put their thoughts together. So we don't have kind of suggested topics in short.
Thank you for the answer. It would be great to contribute somehow in the future. So
fantastic. Yeah, we would love to have you. We want to be as open to the whole community as possible. I put mine and Adam's emails in the chat, so send us an email. We'll point you in the right direction.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to that?
Thank you, Eszter. You have a question, yes?
Yes. Topic that reckons that it's a blank spot, and if we have that list, then probably people can add their name if they're interested in writing anything about that. That way, it would be a collaboration. Maybe I have an idea what is a blank spot, but I don't want to write about that.
Yeah, sorry, Eszter, we cannot hear you very well. Like the connection is breaking a little bit.
I think you were saying that what I think she was saying is that it would be good to people to suggest topics, even if they don't want to write a white paper. I think is what. Okay.
Okay. I see.
You were breaking up a lot, but I think I managed to. That's a good idea. As again, email to me and Adam with anything you want to contribute, and we'll point you in the right direction. It's grown to be an effort of about almost 20 people kind of leading it. So if Adam and I can point you in the right direction, if you want to suggest something or be part of it.
Just to test who's better. Is any better?
It's not very good. We cannot hear you very good.
Maybe try typing.
Yeah.
I see in the chat there's a good discussion about M-type asteroids too.
Yes, maybe we can just a second. Maybe we can ask William Hart the question, and maybe he can come to the microphone and answer. William, are you ready? We have a.
It's sensitive. We can hear.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and.
Yes. The question from Eszter. You have typed a lot, but maybe it would be good for you to elaborate. The question is, William, what do you hope to see from Psyche? What metals do you expect to find? Are we planning to send a mining expedition at some point?
Okay, so that's 3 questions. First answer, what do we hope to see from Psyche? Well, M-type asteroids, from what we know, they typically have some sort of iron-nickel composition with some regolith and a couple volatiles in there somewhere. But the short answer is we don't really know, because we have never taken a look at an M-type asteroid up close and personal. We have some segments from M-type asteroids that have fallen to Earth, and we've investigated those, but that's about the limit of our research and knowledge of those, which again makes this such an enticing opportunity. As for sanding and mining expedition at some point, I think back to my principal investigator, Lindy Elkins-Tanton, and our chief scientist, Carol Polanski. They, in every single interview, they routinely get a question about articles. Psyche is a $16 quintillion asteroid that is going to destroy the Earth's market for metals because we're bringing it back, and so forth. And they always have to answer that question. And I think it grates on them at this point. But the answer is, at this point in time, we don't have a mining expedition or even a sample return activity. Once the spacecraft gets there, it's not coming back. It's done with its mission after it completes its orbits. That said, I think it offers having a concentration of metals that potentially is easily extractable at 3 AU from the sun and relatively low surface gravity. I think that is an extremely enticing opportunity for manned solar system expansion and exploration, and it's worthy of further discussion. So I hope people are thinking about it. I hope once we get out there and investigate, we find something that sparks someone's interest. So,
how would you even do a sample? The previous, I presume the previous modes of sampling that were done on Hayabusa and such wouldn't work, right?
You're absolutely correct, but I know there's a lot of companies working on resource extraction. There were a lot of startups working on that, and still are. JPL is right next to a group called Honeybee Robotics, which is a subsidiary of Blue Origin. And not to tout them or anything, but I know they're working on various sampling equipment for lunar exploration as part of the Artemis project. I imagine some of that heritage could be applied to other planetary bodies as well.
I have a question. Is mining ethical? What do you think?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Okay, as a systems engineer, under certain levels, it is ethical. You kind of gave it a generic mining approach, and as we've seen and talked about here, there are several different facets of mining, and so I can think of certain cases where it's not ethical, and I can think of certain cases where it is. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Do we have any more questions for William?
I have a question for William that is unrelated to what he presented today, but he might know.
Okay.
William, can you expand if you are familiar about the interest from DARPA in helium-3 in the moon and the mining opportunities?
I hear about it here and there. Again, I've heard of various projects that are working on that. I am not personally involved in those projects, and I'm probably not qualified to provide a detailed assessment of that.
Fascinating to me. Okay, thanks.
Was it lunchtime?
Okay.
Some people just came in, that's all.
Come on in. Okay. Do we have more questions for William or for somebody else? I'm also inviting the guests to ask questions if they want. If not, I have a question, maybe for Georgi or for somebody else who can answer. So basically, after planning or doing a project for a space habitat, after you have done everything you can on your computer, after you have maybe put it in your VR goggles and went through it, what are the next steps of making it in real life? maybe like prototyping it or a part of it. Can somebody maybe give me an answer to that? Like, what are the steps in order to do a prototype?
I mean, the NASA has the steps pretty well spelled out in the technology level, readiness level. What do you call that? Scale. You try to do move up in the technology readiness by first mocking it up in real size, and then I don't remember what each of the numbers represents off the top of my head. Then testing it in a relevant environment and so on and so forth. And you would, I think, most projects that have flown go step by step up the technology readiness ladder. I think Bill, it's probably better better than me to answer that. But I think that's a good guide of where to go next. Always figure out where you are on the TR level and what is the next one up.
Mm-hmm. True. Thank you very much. Okay, if somebody wants to start a topic, please let me know. We still have time until the next presentations.
What time are the next presentations?
In 20 minutes.
Okay.
So just maybe this is a stupid question. So what is the current situation of the lava tube? So is anybody, any country seriously building something, or is just purely in design, just picturing in the future right now?
I'll try to answer with my small knowledge on the topic. So I think on Earth we're doing something. It's more for like a cultural related things. I know in the Canary Islands there are quite some lava tubes, not of the dimension of the Moon or Mars, but still quite decent size. They have an auditorium, if I'm not mistaken, in Lanzarote, I think. And but mainly that is not like, it's more about exploring rather than settling for the time being on Earth. Also, there is no real necessity to establish housing or other kind of program there yet. So there is no, luckily, no apocalypse or harsh condition on our planet that we want to go underground, right? As it is on the Moon or Mars. But if you're more curious about it, I can send the information of the Canary Islands and those lava tubes in the chat. Or yeah, you have an auditorium for sure there. People gather there, but it's more for the scenario and the beauty of being there rather than a necessity. So when it's like that, those examples are quite limited, I would say. Yeah.
It's as far as lava tubes on the Moon or Mars, I think we have some very good data that we think that they exist and that in their condition, but nobody has sent a rover or a robot or a lander to verify exactly what they look like and what their condition is. We can see from the surface and look down into some holes that look like lava tubes do on Earth, and we could infer that their existence or the conditions, but the extraterrestrial lava tube situation is that we're fairly certain they're there and what the size they look like, but nobody's ever been into one.
True, but it is possible to map the terrain. Basically, we just need a lot of images of the lava tube from the inside on Moon or Mars, and we can make a 3D model out of it just using these images. A lot of images, but it is interesting and it is possible actually. I don't know if why that has not been done yet.
I think there are some scientific papers published about specific lava tubes, which are based indeed on photography of the moon taken from different lighting conditions. So the shadow is informing us of the shape of the lava tube itself. So there are some studies on the temperatures, the physical aspect, the topology, and the morphology of all some of the lava tubes. But of course, we haven't sent any rovers there. So I think it would be pretty beneficial to do a mission there sooner or later to actually, even just to take a picture. We have never seen those things. So yeah.
Well, the way that mission priorities are set is by the decadal survey of the planetary science teams. So the next round, when they have one, I don't know off the top of my head, is if they usually have public ways for the public to participate. So everybody should write to them and say, hey, we need a mission to a lava tube. That's the way to start.
Yeah, I know they wanted to send a rover on the Mortis. It was supposed to land there, but then they just changed into another place. I cannot recall where is it gonna go now, but I'm not sure it's gonna be close to a lava tube. But you never know. Maybe in the next future they would plan something else.
Mm-hmm. Also, a question for you, Silvio. I have seen your floor plans, and how many people did you plan to send on Moon in the first phase? Was it 4, or did I misunderstand?
No, it's not mentioned how many people in the first phase. Let's say it's clarified that by the end, let's say of the whole process, the ring itself will accommodate 16 people.
Okay. Wow.
But of course, it can be expanded. For instance, we can turn those single units into double units eventually in the future, so that can double. And of course, you can even create pods within the lava tube for tourism, as we do for camping. Has not been, let's say, described in the project, but could be, I think, interesting, to imagine that if tourism demand is increasing, we can, fulfill this demand by having, huts or pods within the lava tube and not only within the ring. But I feel in the very beginning, the astronauts would be around 10. So all the staff would be there, not the guests. And when the ring would be fully functioning, also the guests could arrive. So it would be 10 at the very beginning, ideally.
Did you also think about the crew rotation? Did you have a plan for how long would the first crew spend there, and when would the second crew arrive and replace the first one? Did you have?
Yeah, ideally, well, it was not developed in detail. But in my mind, of course, it should be, even in the early stages, it should be always functioning. So indeed, the rotation should be present. I think a span of 6 months should be ideal, between 3 and 6 months, I think. Also to make sure that every time a new crew arrives, we can also send food and provisions to them. And I think 6 months could be a good span, which is similar to the ISS, if I'm not mistaken. So I think this lifespan also to reduce, let's say, psychological and physical stress, I think could be ideal. And eventually, the more the project develops, the more the span becomes bigger until becoming close to 0 and possibly 0. Being sustainable 100%. Yeah.
All right. And also, how do you go from one floor to the second floor and so on?
That's a good question. That's a bit more, how do I say, experimenting and radical idea. So there is an elevator on both sides.
Okay.
Yeah, an elevator, which is basically, this is a bit crazy idea is that the elevator doesn't go straight, it goes radially, following the basically the arch, to allow that. So there is an elevator on the left side and an elevator on the right side, and both elevators, they go up in the observatory deck on the last floor. Yeah.
All right. Great, thank you.
Thank you
very
for
much.
many questions. Really appreciate it.
Do we have more questions?
Madhu is here, Professor Madhu.
Well, hey, I just
Hi.
drove in, folks.
Hello, Madhu.
Good to see you all.
Nice to see you all. Madhu, do you want to say a couple of sentences about yourself and our event?
Oh, well, you know, I've been sporty watching now and then. I enjoyed Georgie's introduction, and I also listened to our friend from Italy. You know, I think, and driving up, I thought I heard Alma ask, what's the next step? And I kind of tend to agree that we need a real mission. And, you know, these 2 last semesters, we've been looking at lava tubes. And I think the time is right to see a mission to the lava tubes because it is probably the most neglected mission in the science community. And for those who know how science is managed in the United States, at least, it is pretty much done like you would make a soup in the kitchen, you know, and you have 20 chefs. They come in and they decide where the money goes, not as much as what the critical results are, but where the money goes. So for some reason or the other, we have been missing lunar lava tubes, which is really next door to us. And all the proxy measurements we do need to be supported with real missions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, I would actually propose to start with the next presentations from session 2, but I think that our presenter that is next in line is not here.
Oh,
Tomas
who is that, Alma?
Tomas Lagarde.
Oh, okay.
I can text him.
Maybe try and text him, but I would like to invite Lucy if maybe she's ready, or maybe if she needs a couple of minutes to get ready. Lucy Aboonour.
We don't see her.
Yeah, but let's try it, Thomas. Let's stick to the thing because maybe people are joining it based on the.
I will also text
Can
Lucy.
I have the list of speakers?
Yeah.
I should have it here. Okay.
Okay. Of course, if someone has questions or wants to start a topic, you can raise your hand or just start speaking. It's fine. I see we also have more people joining us in the library. That's also very nice to see.
Well, again, for folks here, the restroom on the back. Then there's a cafe just across the street called the Fantastic Cafe, which is very close, very nice. You can try. So next time we'll prepare some food for you. You know, we just finished the fiscal year. This is the first one of the new fiscal year.
Nice.
If the food, so if any trash is suggested to put in the trash can outside, don't put it in the trash can inside.
How much time do we have, Alma, before the next speaker?
8 minutes.
Okay, guys, you know, I would like to ask all the wonderful people here the fundamental and basic question, which is why are we architects and engineers planning to do exploration of the moon in general and maybe lava tubes in particular? Would you like to suggest a philosophically tainted answer to this question? Why are we doing this? NASA does it to support a very large workforce of over 10,000 people, and it is run by Congress, which is about 535 people, you know, demanding monies for their various constituencies. By accident, we sometimes discover something scientific. Did you have any thoughts?
Not on that particular issue.
No? Okay. Yes, please. No questions. Will?
You wanted a question or an answer?
Answer.
Okay. Well, I look at it from a technical point of view. It offers the easiest stepping stone. When I was at JPL, I was working, when Brent Sherwood was at JPL, we looked at various architectures for lunar bases. I believe he's still doing that now. And lava tubes came up near the top of the list. They offer just so many advantages. Yeah. In several aspects that our previous speaker has already mentioned, so I'm not going to repeat. So it's one of those things that you look at from a technical point of view, and you're just like, this is an obvious area that we need to look into.
Yeah,
So.
you're probably familiar with the proposals that have gone in over the years, and absolute silence from the science community, who'd rather fly into the Kuiper Belt and so on. But
you know, your point about the decadal survey was a very good one.
yeah, you know, I think the time has come to revise that, and you know,
Madhu,
the
this sounds like a white paper for our decadal survey.
the balance of science and technology has moved from the government to the private sector. We are sitting 10 miles away from SpaceX, so you know what's happening there. And so wonderful things will happen. Did you have some thoughts on why we are doing this and going to the moon and beyond and exploring lava tubes and so on? Go for it. I saw you at the other meeting.
Yeah. Well, I unfortunately missed I think it's Silvia's presentation, but I think I mean we have a great analog on Earth. Yeah. So there's kind of an immediate space to test the ideas that we think might resemble the kind of geography and the kind of environment that we expect to see on the moon. So it's an obvious low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Well, it's all narrowed down to yes.
Actually, I'm not sure what your name is.
Oh, Shaheen.
Yeah. Shaheen said about Earth being a good analog. I think it's also an opportunity to test out and to experiment to create technologies that can be then used on Earth.
Did you hear that, guys? This is where a lot of thought leaders are zooming in. The United Nations has a thing called the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, a couple of times. And there's a lot of debate going on, how does space fit into those tiles? It fits into every single one of them. But anyway, your thoughts?
Well, I just thinking, my background is in defense.
In defense?
In defense,
okay.
For aerospace, so super familiar with
all right.
Space discovery, but kind of piggybacking on he said,
excellent.
Discover new things in a new environment. You could also test things in a new environment.
Yeah.
Just learn more, be able to.
Absolutely. You know, I think it all finally points down to us becoming a more refined species and using technologies, using fundamental discoveries to make humanity a better a response, more responsible, more sensitive species. Okay, Alma, I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have been notified that Thomas is here.
Okay.
Can I get a confirmation from Thomas? Thomas Lagarde?
Oh,
He just stepped away from the computer.
Oh, okay.
Now he's back.
Is he? I cannot see him. If not, we would like to ask Lucy to start her presentation because I really cannot.
Yeah.
Hi, Lucy.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm ready to start. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you. Yes, we
Yes,
can
we
hear you.
can.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Perfect.
Can you ask Lucy? Lucy, is it okay to record because I haven't received your.
She says yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
everyone, Lucy Aboonour with her presentation Hestia. I will also introduce Lucy right now. Lucy brings a wealth of expertise in architecture, product and industrial design, engineering to her current roles as an associate partner at Slab Studio. Her career is marked by a dedication to multidisciplinary projects of significant scale and complexity, where she has constantly demonstrated a deep understanding of design integration, material science, and manufacturing processes. Lucy approaches her work with a user-centric perspective, emphasizing the importance of human-centered design, especially in the pioneering contexts of shaping the future of space exploration. Her approach is informed by a deep interest in the intersection of science, technology, and society, and her academic background in architecture and socio-cultural anthropology. As a research affiliate with the MIT Media Lab Space-Enabled Group, Lucy worked closely with NASA Space Technologies and their extensive contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals. Previously, Lucy held design innovation roles at Thornton Tomasetti Core Studio in New York and Mammal Money Architects in London. As co-director at Columbia University CSI, she led the NASA Revolutionary Aerospace Systems Concepts Project's MEMSA, Mars Water-Based Propellant In Situ Resource Utilization System. Very impressive. Lucy, you may continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you everyone for being here. You can hear me okay, right? I just want to confirm it.
Yes, yes, we hear you very good.
I had some Wi-Fi troubles this morning, so I just want to make sure everything's okay. And let me share my screen. Window, this one, share, and then we'll do this. Oh, no, not share. Reason. Okay, can you see everything? Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. Once again, Alma, thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm really excited to be here and share my project Hestia with you. So Hestia stands for the Habitable Self-Deployable Inflatable Vessel, and it is designed to be a permanent habitable structure on the lunar surface, and to offer the stable environment for our astronauts for the long-term missions. The project goal is essentially to contribute to the expansion of the human presence on the lunar surface. I would like to start by prefacing a little bit about the background and the challenges of the lunar environment. A big portion of this project is research, and specifically research of the lunar environment and human space exploration and rapidly deployable structures, and it all plays together into kind of the creation of this project. So as we all know, our moon has no atmosphere to protect us from either solar winds, micrometeorites, and radiation. It is vulnerable to the constant flow of high energy particles, X-rays, and ultraviolet lights that cause a high stress on equipment and our materials. We also know that the surface is extremely dry and dusty, with temperature changing dramatically between night and day. And simultaneously, temperatures in direct sunlight versus the shadow can also vary quite drastically, if I may say. Therefore, all the materials selected for the habitat and architecture on the lunar surface may have, may have dramatically different thermal expansion characteristics, which is critical for the safety of the environment and safety of the habitat itself. That being said, because of the thermal expansion properties of different materials, habitats may rip itself apart as materials expand and contract differently. And therefore, lunar conditions make it very difficult to maintain equipment and active habitat structures on the lunar surface, and make it unlikely that any future long-term missions will not include additional layers of durable insulation. That being said, if I may to reword it in kind of simple terms, it's very hard to add any additions because we have to be cautious of what kind of materials we're using and how those materials and their properties work together or do not work together. So that is a little bit about the environment. The architecture overall, so the architecture of space habitat tends to be spherical or cylindrical overall due to the need for pressurization. Those shapes manage surface tension caused by high pressure, creating soft geometrical boundaries that are essential for maintaining structural integrity. The inside, Hestia is equipped with guidance and navigation system, experimental equipment, and control system to ensure precise communications with Earth. Currently, we're developing flexible interior layouts to support the crew's needs and scientific missions. We're developing the interior for 6 crew members to be there at the same time. And I'll be sharing more news on the progress of this development as it comes along. Hestia proposes an inflatable structure around the inhabited volume, conducting pressurized environment and equalizing temperature and pressure between the inside and the outside, providing the safe environment for the long-term mission. It is designed to successfully shelter system and inhabitants. The structure allows for gradual scalability of its system, and for scalability, we developed a hexagonal pattern responding to the growing needs of space research and space exploration as a whole. So the idea is scalability is an important factor here. So as we have as we are at the beginning of developing human presence on the lunar surface, our needs are X. Years later, our needs may change, and scalability is a very important factor for the space station because you can always add more depending on the changing needs of either research or exploration. The material, it's made out of silica gel, a highly insulated material that shields the crew from harsh conditions and vacuum of the lunar surface. Simultaneously, a durable material which is highly resistant to heat and radiation and damage from micrometeorites. Additionally, insulated with nitrogen, it's a gas that we chose for high insulation properties and low thermal conductivity. During the digital twin testing that we performed for Hestia, it was kind of tested at low pressure environment, and it's being conducted to optimize habitat's overall efficiency and support the long-term missions. Interesting part is that we are currently interested in testing this habitat on Earth, such as many other kind of space habitats. And we chose testing in Antarctica. Initially, we chose the site to be 400 meters south of German Neymar Station 3, where Project Eden was located. I believe Georgi started this gathering by kind of talking a little bit about that project. By kind of looking closer into the site and site conditions, we actually chose Academic Vernetsky, the Ukrainian station, as it's easier to get to, as it's closer to the coast. But overall, the harsh environment simulates lunar conditions, allowing us to test habitat's durability and familiarize the crew with operations. So Hestia, in conclusion, is a pioneering project that combines advanced materials and innovative design to create a habitable environment on the moon. It addresses the unique challenges of the lunar surface and sets the stage for the future space architecture. Thank you everyone for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? We have time to answer questions now. It is a beautiful project. You said that in
Alma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear
Sorry.
me?
Yeah. I got your email about time, and I was so cautious not to run over time that I feel like I just skimmed through the whole presentation.
Well, if you want, if you have some additional materials you can show us, or if you want to take a specific topic to talk more about.
I can go back to the slides, because I feel
Yes.
like I skimmed through most of them. In regards to the topic, I think it's very interesting, and you know, I like the idea in a lot of research. Let me hold on. Okay. Do you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Beautiful.
I'll have to stop playing in the background. Yeah, this is one of the prototypes of the idea of testing it in the environment. I'll talk a little bit more about the testing. So I think it's really, really important to perform rigorous testing on Earth to understand system, its performance in different conditions. At the same time, it's really important to build one-to-one prototype, especially when it comes to human habitation, because it's really important to familiarize the crew to their environment, which they can inhabit, all the systems, and understand interaction of the crew inside the habitat, which may benefit not only, in terms of design, it may benefit reconfiguring or designing flexible spaces, which may adapt to the changing needs of the crew. Or, things may be designed in a way how we integrate different modules, whether it's a scientific module, a wet module, a module for the crew's rest, difference between public and private spaces, and we design them in a special way of performance which may not be sufficient when we actually test it. So rigorous testing is something that I want to highlight as a great need for here. Yeah. And I also can add that this project arose from my graduate thesis at Columbia University, which focused on understanding the relationship between human body and the enclosed space it inhabits. And I did that, as you mentioned, when you did my introduction, with the Department of Sociocultural Anthropology at Columbia University. Yeah. So it's a lot of research that went into it.
Thank you very much, Lucy. You mentioned at the beginning that this was made for 6 people, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Is the crew
Yeah,
of
it's a crew of
6?
currently a crew of 6 people. Yeah.
Could you talk more about their housing? Are they all what are actually the the crew quarters looking like, and can you talk more about that?
So initially, this project started by understanding materiality, material performance, and as I mentioned a little bit about lunar environment, understanding how materials perform in such harsh conditions. So it was primarily focused on safety. At the same time, the inside layout, as I kind of highlighted, is also quite critical. Currently, this project is in the phase of developing the interiors, and I'm looking into developing flexible spaces. At the same time, when it comes to crew quarters, when I dive deep into the research of understanding crew conditions in different kind of outpost environment, whether it's a space station or submarine conditions, crew highlighted over time that the public versus private spaces are kind of very important differentiation, and the need for privacy is critical. So currently we are developing floor plans where we have I wish I could pull up slides right now to show you, but we have 3 independent crew quarters on the top and 3 independent crew quarters at the very bottom, which kind of splits people apart and not squishes everyone into one kind of layer or one corner where, like, this is where you're gonna sleep. It also allows for greater privacy, especially in terms of the sound. As we know, the weight is something very critical as we're putting more kind of payloads and materials into space. So we have to be very mindful of the materials we're using, but at the same time, what are insulation properties for sound of those materials to actually allow for privacy in the quarters. It's been noted during various space missions that even in very private quarters the crew had, even phone calls with family can be heard by like everyone. So those kind of notes are being taken and incorporated into, I would say, an innovative way of designing for long duration space missions to make sure our crew is actually comfortable inside the space.
Thank you. We have also a question from Silvio. You probably mentioned this, but maybe you can say again, do you already have in mind what kind of material could be used for the translucent membrane that envelops around Hestia?
Yeah, it's a silica aerogel material developed by the NASA JPL.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Perfect.
And I
Okay.
can tell, like, at a sense in saying that I chose it because it's a highly durable and it has amazing insulation properties, and it's also very lightweight, which kind of checks all the boxes when it comes to space exploration and space missions.
Perfect. Esther is asking, Lucy, have you come across the Habit modules? Mark Cohen and Ross Tisdale introduced the modules and configuration concepts. Have you maybe seen this Habit modules?
You mentioned Mark Robin?
Mark Cohen.
Mark Cohen, Habitat module. I'm not sure I'm familiar with this project.
Habitat module is Habit.
Mark
if you look into
Cohen,
the chat, I
Mark Cohen and John Mankins were the designers of that project.
Yes, but the article or the paper is written by Mark Cohen and Ross Tisdale, so it might be easier to find it online.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah, I'm familiar. I found the name TransHab, and I am familiar with this project. So both Beam and
Sorry,
TransHab.
not TransHab. Not TransHab.
No, TransHab? Oh, okay.
No,
it's called Habit.
Habit.
You can see it in chat. Maybe if your chat is open, or if your chat is visible, maybe you can see.
Let me see.
It's okay. Take your time.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yes, Habit. You know, I'm trying to look it up right now. It doesn't seem to show.
It's really hard to find.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe. Yes.
If there is a link to it, I'll be very happy to look into it.
We can send it to you later. Maybe Esther is showing it on the. Look at it. That's so cool. Thank you, Esther.
No.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's just one of a few references that could be, but.
Can you send me where the book that you were showing or the article so I can look it up to actually look into it? Space Architecture, Our World.
Out of This World. This is our first space architecture book. It's now 15 years old, but
I absolutely love it. I mean, it's very, very old, but most of the things are still true.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for sharing. I noted. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Lucy, thank you very much. It was a beautiful presentation and a beautiful project. I hope we get to see it also more in detail next time. I'm looking forward to see how it develops. We can start with the next presenter. Thomas, are you here? Are you ready?
I am. There's.
You're ready.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. It's entirely my fault. My calendar told me 6:30. I was ready for 6:30, and it was 3:30. So.
Okay.
C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yes, I will introduce you now. I also wanted to say if there are also more questions for Lucy, you can also ask her after the session number 2. I will introduce now Thomas Lagarde, his presentation called Inflatable Smart Reflectors for multiple human space exploration applications. And I also wanted to say that Tomas Lagarde is an accomplished architect specializing in space architecture with a strong educational foundation and a diverse portfolio of innovative projects. Thomas began his academic journey at the Illinois Institute of Technology, where he earned a professional Bachelor of Architecture. He then advanced his expertise by obtaining a Master of Science in Space Architecture from the University of Houston, further expanding his views in the field of space design. His career is marked by a blend of visionary space architecture and the practical sustainable solutions, making him a notable figure in both terrestrial and extraterrestrial architecture circles. Is everything correct?
That is way too kind. Way too kind.
You may start with your presentation.
Cool. Thank you, Alma. Well, first, I want to acknowledge that one of my co-authors is on the chat right now. His name is Vincent Alder, and he's a dear, dear friend of mine, and he actually started the project, and I just followed up, and is the man behind it. And of course, Mark Cohen, who's I don't think is with us today. Let me see on the chat. No, I don't think Mark is there, but Mark, Vincent, and me collaborated on this paper together, and it was presented at the American Society for Civil Engineers Earth and Space Symposium in 2024. You can find it on my personal page. Don't brag about it, but the paper can be accessed, and it can also be bought if you buy the proceedings from that conference. All right, let's start the cool stuff. All right, can everybody see it? Show of hands. Yeah.
Yes,
we see it.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so let's start. This. That's a very cool project. I think it's from 1995. It was launched on the Space Shuttle mission. I can't remember the number, maybe 17. What's kind of funny about this one is that it was launched by a company called Lagarde, and my last name is Lagarde also. No connections, just a funny thing. So their whole spiel was that they're going to use Mylar. Mylar is a well-known material in aerospace, very practical for its foldability and its refraction. So it refracts light really, really well. So it can also refract waves, so radio waves potentially. And that's what they were trying to demonstrate back in 1995, is that you could use Mylar to build an antenna, a deployable antenna. A very cool project. Other projects that use light with mirrors, and they're able to sinter rock. So sintering is the action of basically heating gravel, sand, rock, and melting it and making something new out of that melted material. You can see on the right the crazy man in the desert there. He actually managed to melt on planet Earth with kind of a small lens, some sand. That was very impressive. It's also done in laboratories, of course. You can see on the left. All the references for those experiments and all those people can be found at the end of the presentation. So if you're interested in those people, those experiences, you have links at the end. In regular architecture, we use mirrors and water or salt also to conduct heat. So you concentrate the power of the sun in a very small area, and you can heat up water and then distribute that heated water in the building, or heat salts and get molten salts and then transfer that potential of energy to something else. So it's very common, it's been used. Molten salt reactors with mirrors is not very efficient, but water heaters on roofs are very common. So that's a thing. That's a very cool picture on the left. You see that cute little town in Norway that usually never gets any sunlight because they're in the valley and there's mountains around and all that. But there's an artist who came around and told them, hey, what if I build you guys a huge mirror and you can enjoy a little bit more light during the day? Everybody was very excited, of course. And you can also do that in your home or in your architectural projects. You can bring in light using mirrors inside your house, and it's free except for the cost of the material. It's very cool. So my co-author and me, we came up with a concept that's basically a sphere which has inside a mirror, a Millar-made mirror that can reflect light, and therefore that can reflect energy. And you can see a comparison of the ratio between the weight and the cost of the material and the output in kilowatt-hours. And you can see that in theory, a smart reflector with optimal conditions, that means a lot of light could bring to the users, the crew, a lot of light, heat, or power. So we have done my co-author Vincent has done a couple of physical experiments to prove that concept, and maybe you can reach out to him later. I'll share his email, but it was very successful. Alma, how much time do I have left? Am I doing good on time?
Yes, you have time, yes.
How many minutes do I have left?
Let me see. 15 minutes.
Oh, plenty. All right, I'll finish with a couple of jokes. So that diagram might seem a little strange, but for people who have used Grasshopper, it's a plugin for Rhino, it might seem familiar. So we were able to modify a software called Grasshopper to simulate Millar-made mirrors, and we were able to concentrate the light coming from the sun on Mars onto a surface. That's what you see, those little red dots, red, yellow, and all that. That's the concentration of the light. So you see two mirrors in that example. And that's one mirror to catch the first rays, and another one to just concentrate those rays onto a certain area. And of course, depending on the path of the sun, those mirrors could adapt, so rotate in the multiple directions, and keep that focused light, so focused power, at the same. For now, not exactly at the same place, but more or less. So it's still a work in progress. I also managed to simulate with 3 different mirrors on the side and 1 concentration mirror on the left. And you can see that I'm able to concentrate a lot of lights, but right now I still need to increase the precision of this focus mirror on the left. I'm getting there. Give me a couple of weeks, and we'll have a fully functioning script that can simulate multiple mirrors, 1 concentration mirror, and the result in kilowatts or lux, that light being focused somewhere. So that's the current script. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with graphical coding. This is a Grasshopper. It's a graphical interface to code. And as you can tell, it's a good starting point, but if you look here, see everything else left to do, a lot. We still have a lot of things to finish on that script, but it's getting there. And if you guys are interested, this script is free for now. It's on GitHub, so you can look up my name or look up the project. You'll find the GitHub link to that. You can experiment with it. And if you want to do some cool stuff with it and then send it back and all that, go for it. Just mention the authors, just mention the paper, and you can do whatever you want. Here's a couple of concepts that could be achieved with a lot of mirrors. So this situation here is on Mars. So you can imagine that you get, I don't know, 15 6-meter, 3-meter wide mirrors, a couple of concentration mirrors. You could potentially melt sinter the rock in a certain areas and use some robots, some humans to remove the heated material. Vincent, my co-author, might explain to you a little bit more that concept because he spent a lot of time studying that, but it will be possible. And once the habitat has been digged, you can use the mirrors to bring light. You can use the mirrors to bring energy. And there's lots of uses for that kind of stuff. And here's a couple of pictures to just make you imagine what that might be. That's a picture of Mars, of course, simulation of Mars. A couple of mirrors on there, focusing the energy somewhere. So we're either sintering the rock, or we are collecting the power, or we lighting up some habitats. I don't know if you can see it, but on the bottom right here, we're on the moon. That's also a possibility to use those mirrors there. Something very simple, very cheap, very easy to replace, very easy to manufacture. So it's one solution that might be the right one. Here on Phobos, so a little bit on the orbit around Mars. Again, if you're trying to, let's say you're trying to carve an habitat, or you're trying to melt the rock to build a landing pad, you could do it with a nuclear reactor, right? You could do it with solar panels, but you could also just use the power that's here, the sun. And if you concentrate that power, you could really do something with it, and you could do it cheaply, and it won't be the fast option, but it will be a very cheap option and a very safe option. Here's the references that I mentioned before. That was Marcus K, the crazy man in the desert. That was him. And the artist in Norway was Martin Anderson. And of course, you have the softwares I use, so Rhino 7, Ladybug, and my own personal weather data for Mars that you can also use. It's a freeware, and something called Space Engine for the simulation. If you want to learn a little bit more, you can go to those different websites, spacearchitecture.fr or astrotecture.com, I think. That's Mark Cohen's website. This is an ongoing project, so we welcome any interests, and stay tuned because we'll be presenting a follow-up to this paper at AIC 2024, I think, in Milano, in Italy. So stay tuned. And I hope everybody liked it. So now if you have any questions, don't be shy. Please.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, Eszter.
Always.
Perfect.
Right.
I texted it, but you basically started to answer it as well, that these mirrors can be used for regolith sintering, right? Or
Yes.
it's not that precise.
Yeah. So since it has been done on Earth, we can all argue that's kind of a small lens compared to the ones I showed. Imagine much bigger lenses and a couple of them. Imagine the power that will be focused on one point. So you could imagine that any rock could be sintered with that amount of mirrors. And yeah, it's been done before.
Go back to the table.
This one?
No, there was a table, because that's the second question of mine.
This one.
That one.
Yeah.
So what you are talking about, the mirror, is that the smart reflector that basically creates a 10 times energy.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't create energy, it reflects energy.
It generates or produces 10 times.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have more questions, or are we going to proceed with the next presentation? If we have questions, Thomas is ready to answer. Okay, we will proceed on with the next presentation. Thomas, thank you very much. It was a very beautiful presentation, very interesting.
Thank you for the invitation, Alma.
No problem, no problem. Next time also. Just a second. Okay, I think that Tomas Rousek is not here yet. I have been searching for him before.
Oh, wait, Alma, I think I have his cell phone. Do you want me to try to call him?
Yes, please, because I will ask Eszter to continue to start with her presentation, and then Thomas can go after Eszter. Okay, so Eszter, please, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, hopefully the audio will be fine this time.
We can hear you very good.
Awesome. Oh my God, it doesn't let me to share screen. Can you share my
your presentation? Just a second.
Yes, because it tells me that all the settings are incorrect. it might be longer if I do it.
No problem. I will share it right now. Just a second.
Yeah, it wants me to restart WebEx, so I don't want to do that.
Which one are you sharing from? Is Astro Space Arc or the 2.0?
AstroSpark.
Okay.
But I can't. It doesn't let me.
Can you see
There you
it?
go.
Yes.
Okay, I will try to mute myself. I don't know.
Thank you, Alma.
Okay.
Okay, so I would actually prefer to listen to the other topics because those are not my field of expertise and very interesting. But I'm also very excited to talk about my work, which orbits around space radiation. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So, yeah, as an introduction, so how I actually found space radiation. Like probably most of us, I grew up with sci-fi books, and I loved coming up with solutions for problems. And when my brother's physics teacher needed child labor in the, was that secondary school? I was introduced to nuclear physics, which I really, really loved. It was special. No one else knew about it. I was just 12. So obviously it was a big, big part of my childhood. And we helped with to people. So I knew that I'm participating in something very important. I was introduced to Eda Teller. I was able to talk to him about physics. So that was also a big part of that nuclear physics period. But I don't have a physicist's brain. I have a mathematician's brain. So that route wasn't for me. I also love drawing and functionality. So I found architecture. Alma, can you go to the next slide, please? I graduated from the Technical University of Budapest with a master's in architecture and engineering. I started working as an architecture assistant in Hungary, and then I moved to the UK, where I continued working on as an architecture designer. I learned the building regulations and everything, so I needed new challenges. I tried to solve suns with artificial gravity, and my drive to find new challenges and learn about the intriguing environment of space led me to join the Space Architect organization in 2018. As for a lot of people, the pandemic was a big life changer. That's when I decided that I want to take this leap, and I applied. And to my surprise, I got accepted to the International Space University in 2021. So I moved to France from the UK, and there I returned to space radiation because I kept hearing that that's a problem that we don't have a solution for. So obviously, my problem-solving part really, really wanted to figure out a way to actually resolve that. I started my individual project on space radiation shieldings that got me an internship at AIAA. So I moved to Germany, later to Italy. And during the first Space Habitat Committee meeting, I discovered that Olga Banova is also very interested in space radiation. So we started to collaborate. Alma, can you go to the next slide, please? Our first paper was presented at the IAC in Baku by Olga, and it was published in Apta Astronautica this April. We also have two more papers. Alma, can you go to the next? One will be presented at COSPAR in July and the other one in Milan at the IAC. Next slide, please. A little bit of space radiation, and hope that Silvio is around. So there are basically two sources. Most people know that, the sun and galactic cosmic rays. Most space architect knows. And we are more considered about solar activities within LEO and MEO because the magnetic field basically filters out the rest. But coronal mass ejection and solar energetic particle events can cause serious problems, but we know the direction, our weather forecasts are really good. So astronauts can shield against those particles, the solar winds. But as soon as we leave the magnetic field, so we get into deep space, ionizing radiation basically takes over because it's constant, it's isotropic, so you can't really have a direction to shield against it. And there are other problems coming from the fact that ionizing radiation changes materials, kicks out ions, and creates secondary radiation showers. Can you get to the next slide, Alma, please? In the past, NASA looked into passive shieldings, checked and tested materials, but the results were so disappointing that basically they've given up on trying to find something new. Water and hydrogen are basically the best against space radiation, but both are probably the most valuable source in space. So using them as an external shielding would be very risky. Everyone knows about TransHab. Lucy just brought it up as well, where water is stored around the sleeping quarters, which is great for an 8 to 10 hour safe haven. So it's great for LEO and MEO, but as soon as we leave the magnetic field, there is another 14 to 16 hours for the ionizing radiation to do damage. Unfortunately, there is no lightweight solution yet. At least I don't know about that. I haven't seen any testing on the silica gel Lucy was talking about. But we know that the ISS works as is. So within LEO and MEO, we can have the 4 to 20 centimeter aluminum structure with a polyethylene reinforcement against radiation, where the crew spends most of its time. Of course, density even more important than thickness. But we know that works. So NASA doesn't really want to get into that. Alma, can you get the next slide on current research? Most of the research I've seen is focusing on extraterrestrial habitats, which includes biotechnology and in situ research utilization. The mycelium block in the middle, that actually came from NASA and was tested for galactic cosmic rays. And regolith composites are designed and tested all around the world, so from China to ESA and NASA. Everyone is sintering and creating different kind of composites. Lynn Rothschild is involved in every single project, basically, in the mycelium blocks, in regolith composites. One of the projects she's involved in got funding from NASA last year, which involves cyanobacteria, fungi, and Martian regolith. And there's also one, the pharmaceutical one, but I will get back to that. So some companies still looking into hydrogen and trying to figure out a way how to use it without risking any explosion or hydrogen boiling away. Of course, there are research into creating artificial gravity, artificial magnetic field, although artificial gravity as well, but it's nothing to do with space radiation. So magnetic field, because that would deflect basically everything. That would be the best, but it doesn't seem likely at the moment. And some NASA people really believe that we don't even need to stop radiation. We don't need shielding. We just need a pharmaceutical solution. Get a tablet and that will repair your DNA even before anything serious damage happens. The problem with that right now the pharmaceutical decay in space is worse than on Earth. So that needs to be resolved first. And here comes in again Lynn Rothschild with astropharmacy. She proposed to use fungi to actually manufacture medication in space as soon as it's needed. So that would resolve the decay. I really hope that's going to work out. Alma, can you get to the next slide about mushrooms? Which, just clarification, mushroom is the fruiting body of the fungi. The fungi is mainly in the substrate. It's a mycelium, it's a network. You can imagine it as the nervous system of the fungi. And not all the fungi have mushrooms. But there is a type of radiotropic fungi, and during that, can you go to the next slide, Alma? Which basically feast on radiation. It absorbs the radiation, the energy of the radiation. It turns some of it into chemical energy that it can use for its own metabolism, and the rest is radiated away in form of heat. Critical part of that is melanin, which is basically indestructible, which is very good news, but they are still testing what it can do. Alma, next slide, please. So during the International Space University, during my individual project, I was trying to use fungi and my knowledge on space radiation, obviously gathering more knowledge on space radiation. That on the left-hand side is my very first catch for an external shielding for rigid structures like the ISS and the Axiom modules, creating a crawling space between the ISS and the external shielding, having grab rails, using fungi and all kinds of things. Can I get to the next slide, please? Which turned into more research and learning curve because I had to learn some laboratory skills in biology and in chemistry as well. At ESA, I got to work on flexible radiation shieldings. I called it armor. I needed to learn chemistry for that and again, how to use different laboratory equipment. That is basically for inflatable habitats like Sierra Space's Life Habitat and Spartan Space's EuroHab. In the next slide, we will see a prototype. That led to my very first radiation experiment 3 weeks ago. So I'm still very excited and buzzing from that. You can see on the photos how excited I am. And in my hand, there is an armor prototype. It was great. I arrived days early, so I could go into the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory every day to discuss the experiment with nuclear physicists and particle physicists. It was great because I learned about not just the physics part, but what is involved in designing an experiment, because obviously I arrived with a plan, but that plan had to be adjusted very quickly to reality. And getting to the space radiation lab every day helped me because obviously I got feedback from experts, and together we changed a little bit the experiment so I could get very useful data. That was very, very helpful. Can you go to the next slide, Alma? You can, I don't know whether you can see it, not on this image. in the Petri dish, there's condensation, which proves that there is heat radiation going on. Unfortunately, the day before the experiment, NASA Space Radiation Lab's Windows system was upgraded. So we didn't have any working cameras in the radiation chamber during my experiment, so we couldn't check the temperature. So I don't have data on that, but I was told that that part of the experiment will be repeated, and I will get the data from that. About more biology skills, I took spore samples. Some might be able to tell that this is the very first time I actually do it myself, and I didn't just watch it. I made photos under the microscope, and I replated all the irradiated samples to prove that the fungi survived the 1 gray radiation. And this was the first time I actually met with Radames Cordero. We are standing next to each other, grinning like kids. He is helping me since 2021 when I reached out to the world-renowned microbiology expert Arturo Casadeval, who is the department head at Johns Hopkins. And I asked his help with my individual project at ISU, but he suggested his right-hand man, Radames Cordero, who is the expert in melanin and radiation. So that was a really good call. And since then, we are collaborating on several things. But this was the first time we met in person, and we really enjoyed that time. We helped each other. Obviously, we have a different background. Can you go to the next slide, Alma? Obviously, this is a teamwork. The NASA Space Radiation Lab crew and the team at the NASA support facilities all were very helpful. They did their best to recommend procedures and changes and everything. So we're very, very thankful for their help. And with that, the last slide, we'll open up the floor for questions. Alma.
Hi, can you hear me, right? You can hear me now.
Now
Okay.
I can.
Good. Well, thank you, Eszter. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions for Eszter about radiation? This is a very good chance now.
I don't have a question, but I think it's a critical element in human space flight, and I commend you for bringing it up. And the only way we can find out more in real sense is to put live living specimens, both plant and lower order animals in space. And I think the first steps are beginning with the SpaceX plan to send a few people into a higher orbit than station. And this is being planned. And hopefully we will see a lot of real results, not only in the lab, but from specimens in space.
True.
Thank you for your presentation.
Although I wouldn't wait until then.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Eszter, we all have to be more optimistic.
No, I'm just very sad for those animals and crops.
Oh, okay.
Especially because there were 100 mouse in the NASA Space Radiation Lab while we were there, and they were exposed to galactic cosmic rays, and yeah, we were sad to see them go.
Well, humans do terrible things. Though we preach peace and kindness, we do this to our own species. And you know, like Spock says, in Star Trek, we do this for the majority, but we do this on the minority. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I do have a question actually. I was always wondering, is there a way that we could protect window glass from radiation?
Yeah, that would be the next thing. As soon as I can figure out how to protect the whole spacecraft, which I'm trying very hard. Next stop is the transparent shielding. There are ideas, using water, but again, that's an external thing. That's risking the life source. But yeah, that's the next one.
Thank you. Thank you very
promise
much.
you, as soon as I figure out the spacecraft, I'm going to go on to the transparent one.
Thank you. Tell me first. Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? If not,
Eszter, can you share space radiation page once more, please?
That's Alma who needs to share. I still
yes.
can't share screen.
Yes, I will share it right now. And just a second. And you will tell me which one it is.
Third or fourth page.
Fourth,
slide.
okay.
Third or fourth slide, I think.
Maybe this one.
Next one. That's the one. Okay, 1 second, please. No. The one before. The one before.
This one.
That one. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions or did you just want to see it again?
Just that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, if that have a question, you talk about the mushroom fungus. So what kind of particle it absorbs?
Oh, I'm not muted. Okay. It absorbs mainly everything. It has a little problem with hydrogen. I mean, with 1000 mega electron volt hydrogen. But to be honest, even water, you need 3.2 meters thick water to stop 1000 mega electron volt hydrogen protons. So there's a lot to work on. So it basically, Alma, can you go to the fungi page? I don't know, it's on 8, where I have next one. This one. So basically, every visible light, UV radiation, X-rays, gamma rays, which is not even listed. I don't know why. Probably I considered it into ionizing radiation. So it absorbs those. There are lots of papers, research papers on mushrooms absorbing, or basically fungi absorbing all kinds of radiation. But there was no radiation experiment with galactic cosmic rays, so with hydrogen protons. That's why I couldn't tell in advance. Again, that was Schrodinger's cat. We didn't know whether the cat is dead or not. We still don't know. It just stinks. We opened the box, but it just stinks. It's still alive, basically.
One of the things that Eszter mentioned and is bothersome for human space flight is the secondary radiation from most of these energy particles that impact both the spacecraft and then towards the inside. And in the secondary radiation, the species that is most bothersome are neutrons, because we simply cannot absorb them or deflect them away because of the neutral charge. And
but also the gamma rays, the very high energy gamma rays, because that is the secondary radiation mainly.
That is right, which is causing the secondary radiation to happen. Did you did you study more about materials that can absorb these neutrons from spallation and secondary radiation, Eszter?
Right now, my focus was on fungi, and basically, 3 weeks ago, the radiation experiment, basically the last 18 months was all about that. But I know that fungi absorbs gamma rays.
Yeah.
There are tons of paper. I don't know whether I answered the previous question on
well, basically, I was trying to see how thick, how much fungus would need. You know,
that's another question. The problem is that, again, if we have 1000 megaelectron volt proton radiation, you need 3.2 meter thick water, 3.2 meter polyethylene, or 1.6 meter aluminum. So obviously, when I went, I just wanted to see what fungi does with galactic cosmic rays. I didn't made it very thick. Obviously, the thicker, the better. But the problem is that any material slows down these particles, basically make this situation worse.
Yeah.
Because the nature of ionizing radiation is that the more time they have, the more damage they can do.
Yeah.
So that's why some people say just don't even put anything in front of it.
Yeah, and actually, based on what Madhu mentioned, there are two important things. One is the trip to Mars, or in the space flight.
Exactly.
The other is the habitat. And I've been tracking this. Very interesting. Talk about water. I talked to some professor. They were on the NASA panel about this radiation shielding. I was very surprised. The NASA attitude is kind of giving up. But I can tell you what happened. It might be true because recently I was because in our newsletter we have posting the most recent aerospace news. I noticed recently NASA has been focusing on new propulsion that will enable human to Mars within 2 months, 2 or 3 months.
Exactly.
It's completely dramatically shorten the lifetime and the time to go to Mars, reduce exposure. I think NASA probably come to this conclusion that's probably the best way to do. Not to
any other way, just don't use passive shielding. Basically, that's NASA's target right now. But yes, because everyone is thinking and figuring out awesome ways to shield against radiation on the moon and Mars, but no one is really working on a solution for the voyage to Mars. And right now, we can't do it in 2 months.
Actually, there was
people, sorry to interrupt you. We have to continue with our next presentation, but I would love to ask you to continue this discussion after
I will be here.
Next presentation. Thank you, Eszter Gulacsi. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to introduce now Tomas Rousek and his presentation called Launch of World's First Autonomous In-Space Welding Experiment. Tom is CEO at Extend in London and Prague and works also as a director of architecture at Think Orbital in Colorado. Tom helped with missions to Moon, Mars, and Asteroid at NASA centers GPL, Ames, and GSC. He collaborated on space projects of European Union, ESA, and German agency DLR. At Think Orbital, he develops concepts of large-scale platforms and infrastructure robotically assembled and welded in orbit and on Moon. He has collaborated with Interloon on new lunar station concepts for mining helium-3 and related robotic systems. Tom has designed Solstar WAP product selected by NASA for new Halo module of Gateway Lunar Station. He led research of Sinterhab, first concept of 3D printed lunar module based on NASA technology. At AICOM in London, he participated on architecture for Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, FIFA Championship in Qatar, and Formula 1 in Abu Dhabi. Tom collaborated on design of futuristic levitating visitor center for World Cup and many infrastructure projects in Doha. He also created architecture of next generation nuclear power plant, CEZ. He worked on projects for 2 royal families, and he was advisor in projects of new futuristic city quarter in Dubai. Very impressive. Thomas, you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much for a long introduction. I thought you would just say one sentence from that. Okay, thank you very much. I hope the videos will work because I wanted to share with you the videos, and they are with the sound. So I hope it will work from my computer. If not, I sent you Alma links, and maybe that could be backup option that you can play it from you. So let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Thomas. Are you in London or in Prague?
Currently in Prague, and we are moving to Italy for 3 weeks day after tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start.
Think orbital initiation signal confirmed.
I hope it was working. Was it okay?
It was great.
Yep, very well.
Could you hear it as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so oof. Sometimes it doesn't work well. So basically, I just wanted to share with you news from Think Orbital research team that we are working on construction technologies for space architects for our community, and basically myself I was always interested in building larger structures in space than we can put into fairing of rockets, because I have 2 meter height. I always couldn't imagine myself in some small claustrophobic spaces, and I always wanted to help with research of inflatable membranes, expandable structures, 3D printed construction, and robotic construction methods, and so on. And in this case, it is great that we architects can now work with much larger structures than it was previously possible with modular construction methods of ISS and so on. So with these class 2 and class 3 habitats, it will be great that we can include also welding in the portfolio and tools of architects, and especially if you watch, for example, Star Trek, and you see for example Enterprise ship and everything. All these things can be built basically by robots. For building such things, you need robots that will do the welding directly in orbit, for example. And with my colleagues and Welding Institute in Great Britain, we were working on developing the tool for robotic arms that can basically do the welding operations. But in this case, it's very versatile, because once you do electron beam welding in space, it also allows you to do cutting, and it also enables you to do 3D printing with metals, because you can feed it with the wire, and basically you can do additive manufacturing with that. And it can also help with X-ray inspection, because when you hit with the electron beam the tungsten component, it creates radiation that enables you to basically scan materials and other spacecrafts and so on. And that's also important for analyzing the quality of welds, especially of the pressurized vessels, before you pressurize it, because as you can see, you can do latching of the components that you assemble. You can do mechanical latching, but then to make pressurized vessel, you need to weld it, and before pressurizing, you want to inspect it and basically prevent problems later. And this launch, first launch that we performed was a few weeks ago from Cape, and it was launched with the Starlink satellites on the first stage of Falcon 9. And this is for the first time that SpaceX was offering this option commercially, and it is great for us, because it helped us to recover the samples and to enable studying them in laboratory. And we are planning next launch, which will be orbital in October. I hope it will be also again from Florida, and then next year we are planning experiments basically with NASA Marshall Space Flight Center to attach the welding tool to robotic arms and so on, and start building the system that we call Think Orbital Toolkit. I can share another video with you about the toolkit. Can you hear it well?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
As you could have seen, the toolkit would be attached to spacecraft. That would be basically space satellite servicing spacecraft, space tag, which can be equipped with this system, and it can enable a variety of missions. And this is one of the products that are on the path to basically construct walking robots that can freely manufacture constructions in space, and then we can everybody think how this can help with much larger structures and building habitation modules, future greenhouses, solar towers on the moon, and all kinds of like antennas and so on. So it doesn't have to be limited only to spherical geometries that you have seen as examples, but the possibilities are endless. And basically, when you see the importance of welding on our economy and on our civilization, I have read that something like 60% of our economy relies on connecting metals, and basically there would be no cars and so on without welding. This is something that can really help us in a new generation of space stations and other things. And if we have some extra time, I can share one more video with you that is about the assembly of some space station concept. Is it okay that we play it, or is the program delayed?
Do we have time, Alma?
We still have a couple of more minutes.
Okay, good. Yeah, so this doesn't last very long. Okay. Okay, so this was an example how you can for example fit flatbed components into Starship, and then assemble everything in orbit to spherical shape, and then basically pressurize it, for example, for the modules of space habitats, laboratories, and free-flying space stations. It can be also attached to new generation of space stations, such as orbital reef, and then it can use better the infrastructure of of the whole station system. It can be also used as a non-pressurized system, which is called Think Platform 2, and then it can be used, for example, for manufacturing or space debris mitigation and other applications. I think it's best if I invite you to our website, thinkorbital.com, and you can find more information there if you are interested. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Thomas. This was so cool. Thank you. Awesome
Thank you.
animation. Yes, I'm impressed, really. All right. Well, we have reached to the end of the session too. Now we are going to have a discussion, but this discussion will not be led by me because here in Europe is almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
11
we go
p.m.
sleeping soon. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm leaving you in the safe hands of Madhu and Ken. So if you guys have questions, you can speak to Madhu. And I also wanted to say, if you have any questions or if you have any feedback about this event, please write me an email. I'm gonna send my email here. And I would like to thank all of you for your time and your presentations. Everything was amazing. And hope to see you again next year in the same event.
Before you sign off, Alma, I want to thank you for organizing this. I know it was a lot of hurting and a lot of work to put it together and get the program together. And I want to thank you for leading the conversations in the last, what, four hours? Pretty impressive work. Good job.
Thank you, Georgi. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure, really.
Thank you, Alma. I think you said it right. Alma did all the pushing and pulling and the poster development, and we watched that throughout. And she deserves an applause from us all, folks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, Ken and Madhu, you have the floor, and you know what to do. So
have a good night, Alma. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock or midnight?
Yes, 10 minutes to 11.
11. Okay, all right. Have a good night, and thank you for all the help.
Thank you, guys. Have fun.
Okay, so now I'm supposed to take over, but I still want to keep Tom here because I looked at those visuals. He's a master of it. In fact, some of his works are in our books too. And Tom, how about making a dozen of those lightsabers for Christmas? And we'll talk about welding and so on later. Just kidding. But I would like to know, did you look up the power and the energy requirements for this wonderful welder?
The energy requirements are quite high.
Okay.
Actually, the voltages that were used in the experiment are one of the highest ever used in space.
Okay.
Ever. So you need a good electric system that was in this case developed in collaboration with Cislunar Industries, and there was like half of the system basically is like power management, and there is like a consumption of the large consumption of electricity, and also it can be a consumption of the filament for the electron beam welding. And
I think you're familiar with the terms like cold welding and so on, Tom. Now, have you done any work at all in welding in vacuum? Are you familiar with the literature in it?
Myself, I'm not directly expert on the welding itself. So basically, I focus more on applications in our team, and we have great engineers from SpaceX, former SpaceX employees that are basically developing these systems, and we also rely on our partners like the Welding Institute in UK that are leading experts in this.
Yeah.
So the know-how is really spread across US and Europe.
Yeah,
And,
I think what we are dealing with is some very hairy experiments in thermodynamics, and it'll be wonderful to master it because, as you show in your visuals, this is the future: the ability to build very large structures using welding or techniques that will help us bring materials together. Thank you.
Yeah, as you can see on my screen, this is like nice example. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So if you ever wondered how to build like all these structures, we are working on the answer.
Captain Kirk was at the last conference 2 weeks ago, and we enjoyed Will Shatner's talks.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy.
Yes. Okay.
He got to space himself. Yeah.
Any more questions for Tom before we go on to our third session? We got 6 more minutes, folks. So I would love for you all to ask some questions of Tom, our friend Tom. 5 minutes? Okay, go for it.
Well, I mean, Madhu, Professor said also.
Okay, use the microphone.
No, I don't. They can.
Oh, you
it's
do.
very
Good.
sensitive.
Okay.
It's a microphone array. So basically, the welding is a little bit like soldering, electronics. So the material will be a very important subject. The tin has been a problem in soldering for spacecraft electronics. So for the welding, I think 2 questions is number one, is a material has certain issue. It is because it probably welding different kind of material. So the second thing is now you have doing this 3D printing. So how much is importance for welding versus 3D printing?
Yeah, I think that the 3D printing is like a beautiful extra bonus of the technology. At the moment, the electron beam welding is really good for welding because it has like a clean weld without flying sparks, and so on, and it is very efficient. And when you use it for additive manufacturing with feeding it with wire, for example, then you are like melting it similar to soldering. But you can also use it on the moon. That you can use it for sintering the lunar regolith. It's also this is worth testing. It is not tested properly yet, but it seems that this can be used also on moon for example, building roads and launch pads and so on. That you can use array of the impacted beams to heat the material enough to make a hardened surface, and with these
spot welding is also possible, Tom.
Yes. Which one?
Spot welding is also possible using these. It's kind of like riveting, but you can melt.
Yeah, you can connect through two materials. I think it needs to be tested in a variety of applications, and it works with, for example, all kinds of aluminum that we use in space. It can work also with titanium. It can also work with plastics. That is something that I think has interesting potential and can be subject to many more studies.
Excellent. Okay, we have 2 minutes for one more question, but this is a very interesting topic, Tom. The devil will be in the details, but all that comes later. Did somebody have a question?
I have a question. When welding is performed, it reduces the strength of the base material. This is on the surface of the Earth, welding on the surface. So when the welding is done in space, does it improve the welding material properties, strength?
Well, let me write to my colleagues in Teams. And we can discuss it. How is it with the strength at the moment?
Yeah, you're asking too detailed a question at this level of development. But
we are. I think we are accounting with basically reinforcing the edges of panels and so on. Because you really need some reserve in the strength, and you don't want to risk.
Thank you, Tom. And now we can discuss a little later, but we are moving on to our third session. And is Sheryl with us? Sheryl is listed as the next speaker. Ken, can you see if Dr. Sheryl Bishop has dialed in yet?
I don't see her name, but she emailed earlier.
She's probably in Houston,
Isn't the next one starting 30 minutes? So probably that's why she's not here yet.
It's not here yet.
Don't see Sheryl.
Okay, well, we can always go with.
Does anybody know her phone number?
I don't have it, but I know her well, but I don't have it. Did you have? Do we have Anastasia?
No.
Anna?
I don't see her here either.
She was in the meeting with us at our conference last week, but she is in San Francisco. I think, as Eszter mentioned, we are running before time.
No, we are right on time.
Right on time. Okay. Okay.
We're right on time, but the next one, there is a break, basically, 30 minutes. So I think that's why no one else is here, just you.
Okay. Well, then we should spend a little time discussing the a few presentations from the past. I'm sorry I missed one or two, but can Georgi, would you like to say something while we wait for our next list of speakers to come by? Is Georgi here with us still?
Yes, I am still here.
Give us a little critique so far, if you like to, Georgi.
I mean, I want to commend you for organizing the event. It's a pretty good idea. It's a new addition to our series of events that we do every year. It's space architecture, and the SATC. We're usually associated with big conferences, but this is a special event just for you. So, thank you very much.
Gary just walked by here. He is the technical chair for the series. Gary, can you look in the camera and say hello to everybody? And
yeah, I'm going to come down and sit next to you.
Oh, there you go. Good.
So yeah.
Gary's our neighbor. Okay, go for it.
I'm sorry to not be able to hang around in this very interesting presentation today.
Okay.
I'm very interested in the subjects of space and technology, spacecraft, and primarily my career was in structural analysis and
Gary knows everything about Apollo. And more.
I know a lot about Apollo. I worked on it on the command module interstructures, and so I arrived in June of '66 there, and I thought I had a really poor job because out of college, my boss walked me up the stairs and said they were laying people off because they finished the project.
This was in
1966, June of '66. And so, yeah, it turned out that they'd made 4 offers the year before and nobody had accepted it. This year they made 7 offers and we all took it.
Okay.
And so there are going to be 7 more people going out the door than they would have been.
Oh.
So anyway, I got to read specs and do the standards and all that sort of stuff, and then checking analysis for the next 6 months or 5 months. And then I started working on a replacement for the side hatch window. And it was going to be a scientific airlock. And while I was working on that, in January, Apollo 1 pad fire happened.
That's right.
And the fault of the design was that hatch that was pressure loaded.
Gee, yeah.
We had to replace that hatch. A terrible idea because that added a number of pounds in the wrong part of the spacecraft. You needed the CG down close to the toe. This is about as far away from the toe as you could get.
Okay.
But it had to be done. So anyway, I worked on a lot of components in that area.
I think all of you are familiar with the background on the Apollo fire on the pad during a rehearsal.
Right.
And of course, they were running a pure oxygen atmosphere.
16 psi. Oh, no, it wasn't quite 16 psi, but it was more than 14.7. And it's a pressure-loaded hatch. And so Gus Grissom was down in the aft bay, moving around trying to fix something. Something lit a spark, and there was a ton of Velcro in the spacecraft, a lot of papers, a lot of things that hadn't been verified for pure oxygen flammability, and it immediately became a conflagration.
Gee.
Pressured way up to the point where it burst the pressure vessel. And of course, there was no chance of them getting out because the hatch was pressure loaded. So, it was a terrible setback. Cost us more than a year to get back into in fact, almost a year and a half. The Apollo 7 was October of the following year.
That's right. Very quick recovery.
Yeah, it was quick recovery, but somehow the program director had scheduled things, front-loading things, so that we actually had that year and a half to recover and redesign and still make the end of the decade for 2 flights to the moon.
Yep.
And so, 3 flights. Well, we flew in the fall of 67 with the 67, and 68.
Well, it all happened between 68 and 69.
It was all the fall of 68 because actually I quit North American in the summer of 68.
Okay.
We basically again finished the design.
Right. Oh, this is a good time. This is a good time to remind that our General Anders is no more. He passed yesterday.
Yes.
In his P-34. I think he was flying someplace in the islands of.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was talking to Tom Dombeck, who's a flight test engineer today when I was out at the Wright Flyer project.
Oh, right.
In Flybob Airport near Riverside. And Tom had some details on it. He spent a lot of time at Boeing.
Yeah.
And he apparently was doing a loop.
Oh, I see. Okay, so.
And he was too close to the ground. He didn't recover from the loop. So
90 years old.
Not too close to the ground. He crashed in the Puget Sound.
In the SCD, and I think I don't know how deep, but they had to go get the wreckage from underwater.
Yes.
And I think all of you know the image that came out Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, and 1968.
Apollo 8.
Apollo 8.
If you look at the 8 number, that's what the mission was. It left Earth orbit, went to the contra-rotating lunar orbit, and then after a number of orbits, it returned, completing the figure 8.
Yes.
And so, 7 had been the first manned launch on a Saturn I, and 8 was the first manned launch on a Saturn V. And the problem with a thing like Starliner or Apollo or Saturn V is that the only thing you can do to test it is to go to the moon.
That's right. This is an important part that sometimes get forgotten, that the empiricism is what engineering is all about. What we read in the textbook, you can read at home. Right. But when you get to flying a mission, empiricism rules the day. And
I say that engineering is quantified common sense.
That's a good way to think about it. And I remember the DC-3 inventor, the designer, Arthur Raymond, came to school. And after a long lecture, he looks right in the camera and says, "Common sense is not so common."
That's the truth.
Particularly for the erudite and the overeducated, like many of us, we tend to forget what gravity can do under basic circumstances. Anyhow, yeah. This is wonderful to have you, Gary, and we just finished the first 2 segments of the Space Architecture Gathering. It's good to see the tiles all full of people. They're all many are from Europe, and I just wanted to tune in and appreciate some of the loveliest, some of the really aesthetic designs come from Europe.
Yes,
and to include it in the AIAA community is wonderful. Is Dan with us, Ken? Do you know if Dan Dumbacher, he didn't show?
Did he respond? Did he respond to your?
Well, I did not see an email this morning. Anyhow, Dan is retiring from the AIAA, and he's going on to other things. We'll see him at the ASEAN conference in Las Vegas, end of July, beginning of August.
Yeah, one of our members of the Aero alumni, the retirees, is Mike Simonera.
Yes, I know him too.
And he is going to be presenting his second book, the
aeronautical design.
He was chief engineer at Grumman, subsequently at Northrop Grumman, and in advanced design. And his books were titled well, second one is the designers, a Northrop Grumman perspective, aircraft designers and Northrop Grumman perspective. And the wonderful thing about that book is that it's just part of Mike. Everything is about the team. And the book but of course the book talks about the development of all the aircraft that Northrop Grumman did, but it talks about it from the perspective of the people that designed the aircraft. And nothing gets done by a single person.
I know. It has to be.
Well,
it has to be
lots of
checked,
stuff gets done by a
overlooked.
single person, but
It has to be verified.
But there are so many things to do that no single person could do it.
This comes through from Kelly Johnson's work too.
Yes.
The team is what matters,
Yes.
and how dedicated they are to find out the problems, anticipate the difficulties, and work towards a solution.
Yes, and to challenge the system.
Yeah, that's right. Now, folks, if you have some questions for Gary, you don't usually get to see Apollo workers in front of you. If you have some questions, please shoot.
Yeah, I have to warn you that I'm flying to the East Coast tonight.
Oh, you are? Okay.
So I need to leave within 15 minutes.
Oh, all right.
So,
You got 15 minutes. You got 15 minutes to quiz Gary. If you have any questions, please do that.
somebody raised a hand, or was that you?
Oh,
That was you.
that was I'm always full of questions for Gary. Yeah. Okay, go.
So you came in as a immediate college grad into
Yes.
the Apollo program.
Yes.
Did they, once the fire happened, did they transition you into a new role since you were designing the thing that they needed you to?
Well, I was doing structural analysis.
Okay.
And so, of course, since I was working on the hatch and had experience with that for all of a month or so, I naturally assumed I'd be on the Tiger team to redesign the spacecraft.
Oh, you weren't?
Not the first year out of college.
Yeah, I know Ed Repick was my supervisor at Rockwell. Did you know Ed?
Ed who?
Ed Repick.
No.
Probably not. Okay. Anyhow, he used to tell us stories. And for those who want to look at the hatch design, the reworked hatch design, you don't have to go very far. There is a capsule at the California Science Center, and every time I go there, I look at the hatch, Gary.
Me too.
Because it is a marvel. And at first look, you quite don't get it, but there's a lot of stuff happening right across the window. You're right. It's heavy on the machinery, on the gears and wheels that run it, but you needed to do that because the crew needed to use it. And
there is a CO2 charge on board.
That's right.
And so that hatch will pop open in a second.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a total redesign.
Yes.
And yeah, that spacecraft is the Apollo-Soyuz spacecraft.
That's right. Yes.
And so that was Apollo 17, I think.
No,
No, it's about 19.
Yeah, it's a different.
17 and 18 were Space Lab.
Yep. Well, anyhow, any questions? I don't see any hands up. Any other questions from our group here for Gary? No Apollo lover?
I have a question.
Go for it.
But in a different domain. I was wondering what was the process of finding out what was the fault and figuring out it was the hatch, for example, in a project this scale.
Like all NASA and FAA failures, they convened the accident investigation board. And so that was done immediately. And, the thing is that there's a lot of really obvious answers about what the problem was.
Yeah.
We spent the next year and a half doing things like qualifying materials, finding out that, hey, underwear is flammable. The astronauts from Apollo 7 on used basically Teflon covered undergarments. And I don't know what the underlaying part was, but it was non-flammable. And it didn't produce noxious odors either, or gases.
Very interesting.
So, yeah, the Tiger team immediately started doing redesigns on the hatches. Previously, there had been a pressure hatch and an ablative hatch in the forward tunnel. Those two were combined. So we had to redesign the tunnel and the docking ring on the top. And so with the single hatch was not helpful for getting out on the pad, but it did simplify operations in space.
I used to be in the traffic. I'm always in the traffic with the very interesting people. But anyhow, one time I recall, I think it was Jerry Purnell. He had this extensive collection of archives, and he would update it constantly with new things. And so Jerry one time tells us during discussion, I think Bill Haynes, you remember Bill?
Yes.
Yeah. So we were discussing, and then Jerry goes, he says, "Hey, do you know that most of engineering is pranging?" And I'd never heard the word. And I said, "What do you mean?" And he says, "Look up the dictionary. Pranging, which means you fly something, you break it, and then you find out what broke and you fix it. And you do this 4 or 5 times, and you get very sturdy architecture." I mean, we do this now. It's happening on SpaceX, on the Starship, Yes. You fly it.
Now, of course, in the 1950s, that meant you lost a couple of pilots on almost every design.
I mean, that is a sad part.
Yes.
That is a sad part.
And since that time, of course, the analysis world has improved dramatically. And the safety requirements have also improved. And that's a major cost to the program. So, in the Apollo, every component had to be more reliable than 595.
Yep.
5 failures in a million. How many parts did we have on the spacecraft? 6 million.
There we go.
You could expect 30 failures in a typical mission. And that means that simple, safe life is not enough.
Yep.
You got to do fail safe.
This is a flaw of nature. We have to master that. And I remember that there was an Air Force study from way back early 1960s which said very clearly, the more complex your system, the more chances of failure. I mean, it's very simple. You put more components in your system, and you can be assured of problems.
And of course, at least half the failures were things that we didn't expect.
That's right. Surprise, surprise. Okay, folks, thank you so much, Gary. It's a pleasure to see you and to interact and hear of the old stories, because Bob Brodsky used to say this, people are special because they can do whatever they like, but there's a corporate memory that goes with them. Yes. So if you don't have them on site, you better go find them, because they'll tell you things the way they really happened. Yes. And Apollo, Eb Reckton was my mentor. Eb Reckton, he used to be president of Aerospace Corp, and he would smile and say, there are 3 or 4 parameters that you need to have close to you, and the rest they'll be waving in the wind. Just hold those critical things together and be empirical. That means you get data, you bring data. I think it was Gene mentioned that everybody bring data. The rest we'll worry about later. But anyhow, okay, folks, I hope now we are ready for our next session. Close to. Ken, did you have something to say?
No, I was saying Sherry, I sent her email. She hasn't responded.
She hasn't responded?
Anastasia, she will be joining on time, 2:50.
At 2:50?
Yeah, she's aware. She will join right before 2:50.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't stay that long.
Oh, well, I know. I'm so glad you're here with us, Gary. So Cheryl is not yet here.
Yeah, but earlier she sent an email asking about is any special link, but we replied to her, but I don't know why she's not joining.
All right, guys. Now, before Gary leaves, Ken.
Yeah.
Before Gary leaves, can we have a group picture with him?
Yeah.
And folks, if you can come closer to us, you don't have to stand up. Just if the rest of us can be around, and somebody can shoot from there, great. Go for it. All right. Yeah.
Where's the passerby we can recruit to take that picture?
Take the picture.
Come on over. Yeah, both of you. You can use your phone over here. And if somehow
Gary has to head off to catch his flight. Is that good?
Almost, we're getting there.
That's a different.
All right. Oh, I see Eszter there. Look at her.
Okay.
We need that picture too.
We'll take a picture of that. Okay, cheese. One,
Cheese.
2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. One more.
One more with
That's
victory
right.
shot. There we go.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Another one.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you. Gary, take care. Good to see you. And are you sitting here for a few minutes, or are you ready to hang it up?
I'm really gonna go.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you so much for coming in, and we can always share stories in the neighborhood.
Actually, this meeting has a potential to become a full conference.
Yes,
That's
it
why
does.
we are trying to cultivate. So
I think, Ken, it's a very good idea to bring Apollo workers together
That's right, of
to
course.
talk about how things got done in a fraction of the time it takes NASA to do now. And there's a reason for it. He mentioned it.
That's
You know,
right.
we are really hung on safety. It's important.
That's right.
And then all the paperwork, the paperwork that goes with it, it can drive you nuts.
That's right.
But
I'm sure the weight of the paperwork exceeded the weight of the.
that'd be a Norm Augustine statement.
He was right, but
yeah,
but it's hard to do it differently.
It is. I mean, you got to go by the rules. And Bill Haynes would always say, "Did you know that the aluminum on that spacecraft can be traced back to the mine from where it was pulled?"
Yes.
Forget the refinement or the works that go with it. You trace it all the way back to the ore.
Of course, Bill Haynes was a fighter pilot.
That's right.
And he was a team member on the Wright Flyer project for many years.
Yes, and
And
Bill was a frequent reviewer in our class.
Yeah.
And he would say, what makes a test pilot different from a robot is very quick thinking. And he would say, you'd fly, you'd test one maneuver, wait, and see what the aircraft is going to do.
Yes.
And very systematic. That's why we need test pilots.
Yes. And the Wright Flyer project started out with the intention of having a flyable aircraft after the wind tunnel test.
And now, I remember who was running it here. I used to attend the section meeting.
Fred Kulick.
Before, maybe.
Well, it was also Howard Marks.
And then before?
Jack Chern.
Jack Chern, yeah.
Yes.
Sitting in section meeting.
Jack Chern, what a wonderful little cherub of a.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Of a man.
Yes, I remember. Yeah. Anyhow.
So anyway, right now, as a point of fact, I'm visiting my friend Bill King, who is the designer of the lunar module descent engine.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
And when,
that was done at TRW.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Jack Chern retired, Bill, among others, managed to recover a test version of the pintle injector for the engine, and they sectioned it. It was a metallurgical section. That was done.
Oh, the one that you had, the one that you
Yes.
bring to, yes. Yes.
That currently resides in Bill King's house.
Oh, okay.
He was the designer. He worked with Jack Chern.
Did you know John Kelly, the lunar lander designer?
No.
Out of New York. They were out of New York, and most of the work was getting done. And Carl Greenbaum was with us at the last conference, and he said he had never seen a man work 24 hours a day. John Kelly was in the office all the time pushing paper. All those earlier drawings were done by hand.
Yeah.
And so the draft people need to be instructed on what these things needed to be done. So, anyhow, it's wonderful. And then, did you know Bob Wahlquist, who was Brodsky's buddy? And they all lived here.
Yes.
That's how I
Brodsky, another wonderful engineer.
Yeah.
And a wonderful program manager.
I know. And Bob would say, the first rule of thumb is you got to show up. Whether you messed up, screwed up or nothing, you got to show up. And then everything is going to be fine. Bob was my teacher at Eszter department at USC. And he used to bring these bundles and bundles of books. This is why I said, there are no textbooks. You got to follow documents that are coming out of the industry. They have problems.
Yes.
And you show them and say, hey, listen, how do you solve this? Empirical. Yeah, anyhow. All right, good. Folks, we are we losing our audience, or are we enjoying this? Ken, any news from Sheryl?
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, great.
I'm here.
Hello, Sheryl. It's been a while since we powwowed, but good to have you. If you can pull up your screen, I'm going to let me thank Gary and give him a little applause for coming in. Thank you. Have a good flight to New York or DC? New York. Okay. Enjoy all the fun. Election year too. Think about it. All right. Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Yes.
Okay, folks. So we are on to there's Sheryl. So good to see you. It's been a couple of years since we.
Yes. Yes, it has.
All right. So the folks, I'm going to read a little bio for Sheryl before she turns on her screen. Dr. Sheryl Bishop is a social psychologist and professor emeritus at the University of Texas Medical Branch at the Galveston School of Nursing. As an internationally recognized behavioral researcher in extreme environments, Dr. Bishop has investigated human performance and group dynamics involving deep cavers, mountain climbers, desert survival groups, polar expeditioners, Antarctic winter rover groups, and various simulations of isolated, confined environments for space. With over 60 publications and 50 scholarly presentations in both the medical and psychological fields, she is frequently sought out as a content expert by various media and contributed to multiple documentaries on space and extreme environments. Welcome, Sheryl. The screen is yours.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, well, I've shared the screen.
Take your time.
Share content.
Do you keep in touch with Peter Ricard?
Yes. Okay, let's see if this works.
Okay.
Can you see that screen now?
There it is. There it is.
There it is. Great. Okay, let me get all this extra stuff off there. All right, if we're ready to rock and roll, then I'll start. Okay, good day. In 2019, my good friend and architect colleague Sandra Hopspick-Moosberger and I decided to write a book that would summarize the joint knowledge of both our fields regarding how to build the best space habitat possible. We had both been involved in multiple projects where architects and behavioral scientists were brought into the team in the later stages of design and development, leaving us either to struggle to patch the gaping holes that had not been addressed at all, or annoying a lot of primarily engineers insisting on changes in the hard work they considered completed. We felt the only way to break this pattern was to educate the habitability and human factors world on the rich body of knowledge that was available. So our book was born. For those of us that work with many disciplines, the synergies between perspectives becomes obvious. However, it is the key differences in what each consider their prime directive that frequently interfere. The view from engineering is primarily technological. How do I build the best space for an exterior, challenging place? The view from architecture is focused on environmental aspects. What is the best interior space for the place? The view from psychology is on the human. Who are the best people for a space in a particular place? What we needed is all three: technological and environmental and human. How do we make the best space for the people who will be in that particular challenging place? Next, it was imperative that we agree on what we were supposedly all trying to accomplish. The definition of what is meant by an extreme environment needed to be made explicit, what it was as well as what it wasn't. At the most fundamental level, an ICE is one that is not naturally livable for human beings, lacks critical resources, and presents hostile environmental challenges. For all extraterrestrial EEs, there are the additional challenges of things like lack of a breathable atmosphere, which means all habitats have to be designed as pressure vessels, and 100% reliance on closed-loop environmental systems. In addition, there are extreme hazards like temperature ranges, high radiation exposure, threats of solar flares, and micrometeorites, which lead to concerns like the protection of the habitat and subsystems from local threats, and also things like radiation exposure for GCR and SPEs. The absence of other life forms create unusual demands, like the requirement to provide 100% high nutritional, well-balanced food sources, and not least, reduced gravity conditions. These produce significant effects on human activities and performance and require specific ergonomic design adaptation, as well as the need for countermeasures against degradation. Regardless of what perspective you begin with, the undeniable fact is that we are all seeking the same answers. How do we provide an optimal environment for human health and well-being in places where humans have not evolved to live? Figure 1 represents the intersections of these overlapping factors, which must take into consideration the setting, the individual, the group, and duration factors. Several fundamental conclusions serve as foundations for all future development. There are basic human commonalities across all human groups, and human adaptation is absolutely affected by the living spaces that will shelter us. We've done a great job at building survival shelters, but what do we need to thrive and grow? In order to answer that question, we needed to examine evidence gathered from our analogs and existing space facilities. There are 4 general categories: expeditions, chamber research, analogs, and eventually space. We compiled examples of each of these sources, described the lessons learned, as well as the pros and cons as analogs. Expeditions are characterized by the intent to steadily move from place to place. The habitat equipment is built to be portable. There's a focus on survivability. Expeditions have short-term goals, for instance, climbing a mountain or going from point A to point B, or involve exploring new territory, for instance, finding new routes across oceans or reaching the poles, which involves successive camping. The focus is not on a comfortable place to live. Chambers were our first controlled experimental closed-loop environments. Conducted in the safety of larger facilities, they lack true risk. They represent confinement rather than true isolation. They are good test beds for equipment and processes. The focus is on functionality, and there is a lack of danger or risk and isolation, which limits the utility of the findings that come from them. Residential simulation habitats were built to provide long-duration venues that could also focus on habitability, provide greater isolation and confinement, provide greater demands for crew autonomy, provide greater test of realistic conditions for the equipment, processes, and group dynamics. But they are still artificial in that there is no true danger or risk from the environment because they're closely monitored. In situ simulation facilities that are located in real environments that pose at least some degree of environmental demands were a better solution. Typically residential in nature, these habitats allowed for a focus on survivability and habitability. They provide greater isolation and confinement, provide even greater demands for crew autonomy, and provide greater test of realistic conditions for the equipment, the processes, and the group dynamics. Only Biosphere 1 and 2 represent efforts to date to simulate an entire biome, which is exactly what we will be required to do for all extraterrestrial permanent bases. The technological challenges were as great as the challenges to the crew, and although the attempt to simulate a closed-loop biome was unsuccessful, many valuable lessons were learned from this experiment that have informed later research. There is no such thing as a failed experiment in science. There are only unexpected results. Other simulation facilities have been designed to provide environmental challenges that mirror some of the aspects of those we will face extraterrestrially. Facilities situated undersea have provided some of the most extreme environmental challenges, replicating the need to ensure breathable atmosphere, power, access, and deal with pressure changes. However, operational polar research stations have provided the closest analogs with both environmental challenges and similar mission demands to actual space missions. With the exception of Concordia Station, built by France and Italy, which is a research facility, all other polar stations are operational facilities where habitability and group dynamics research is secondary to other mission mandates. Despite this caveat, they are still the best terrestrial analogs for studying the impact of isolation, risk, and confinement, the best terrestrial analogs for equipment and processes testing, the best terrestrial analogs for studying group dynamics and performance, the best terrestrial analogs for habitability and human factor studies. But we are still operating in one full gravity, we have a breathable Earth atmosphere available, and we have terrestrial radiation protection. To a great extent, then, the same operational focus drives all space missions to date. Environmentally, we can at least investigate reduced gravity, radiation exposure, the complete dependence on closed-loop environmental systems for a breathable atmosphere, power, lights, and minimal conditions for survivability. However, the research on space crews has been very limited by the fact that all the crews are very small, they're non-representatively in their demographics, and they come from different national programs. We also recognize that the lived experience was frequently overlooked. So we gathered personal reflections from a worldwide international survey of 45 participants. To participate, you needed to have resided within in-situ simulation or operational habitats located in real ICE environments that involve confinement and isolation for periods of at least 2 weeks or more. We asked 4 questions. What was most problematic with living in the ICE? What worked? How will extraterrestrial habitats differ from our terrestrial habitats in their opinion? And how would incorporating desirable elements help adaptation to the extreme confinement and isolation conditions in a closed-loop habitat? Their personal stories reinforced the more formal research findings regarding issues that were important, many of which had not been adequately investigated to date. Now, it's impossible to cover all aspects of multiple disciplines in a single book, but our own experiences have clearly identified that some areas were persistently overlooked, but in actuality were critical to overall crew health and well-being. By focusing on these areas, we hope that it would encourage a wider view of habitability so necessary to achieving the goal of designing habitats that would promote thriving. Can we build the perfect habitat? Well, if you begin with the premise that one size does not fit all inhabitants or environments, then the only logical conclusion is that there is not one solution, but many. Much of the early efforts in behavioral research was focused on efforts to find the set of right stuff characteristics, only to eventually realize that there is no one size fits all personality type. The real challenge turned out to be to find the best person for the mission, and missions differ depending on the environment and the goals to be accomplished. Expedition missions are vastly different than missions that require living in the same place. Long duration missions are vastly different than short duration missions. Missions with specific tasks and milestones are vastly different than missions to simply explore and define the environment. And the best fit person for each of these will be different as well. What you take is what you have. Limited space, limited resources, and limited people. One of the oftentimes underappreciated aspects of isolated extreme environments is that they are characterized by scarcity. The inability to easily procure, replace, or craft needed parts, supplies, resources represents a fundamental defining characteristic of ICEs. I have seen well-informed, highly educated, and skilled individuals struggling with this factor when suddenly faced with something they needed but didn't have in the places where it could not be obtained. ICE environments are characterized by crews that MacGyver their way through challenge after challenge, finding ways to make do and invent alternatives on the fly. This is, in my opinion, the primary and decisive rationale for sending humans to explore, rather than a complete dependence on robotics. Humans can adapt to circumstances, whereas robots can only do what has already been outlined. In extraterrestrial environments where we must reproduce an entire livable environment, we will face the most extreme challenges heretofore encountered by humans. We cannot foresee all contingencies, but we can minimize those instances where we must substitute a rock for a hammer. Proactively, we should design everything to be multi-purpose, flexible, adaptable, and reconfigurable. To that end, we have summarized this lesson learned as the golden rule of space architecture. Making efficient, effective, and adaptable use of items, space, and crew requires that we designers proactively construct the environment and everything in it with the greatest flexibility possible. Technologies like 3D printing have vastly expanded the capability to operate on the just-in-time model. Habitability design must also embrace reconfigurable spaces that can be easily reconfigured to the crew and mission needs. The importance of personal space was actually slow to replace the make-do with littlest possible mindset that dominated base design for terrestrial and off-Earth bases. Again, this is where the mission dramatically defined what was acceptable. Expeditions, with their constant goal of moving from place to place, were expected to embrace camping. But habitats where crews were in residence for a prolonged period of time were expected to provide some small measure of privacy and personal space. The difference such facilities made was graphically experienced on Mir, where the only resident Russian and Soviet astronauts had private quarters. The addition of private quarters on ISS quickly became considered a necessity rather than a mere amenity the longer the crews were made to do without. I frequently use an elevator to exemplify the concept of perceptions of confinement. Standing in an elevator is not typically experienced as confining by most individuals, as long as everyone is facing forward and standing still, and the indicator is steadily moving on to the next floor. If the elevator suddenly stops between floors, the same space that was seconds ago acceptable instantly becomes too crowded. If someone enters the elevator and stands facing all the other riders, the space is suddenly insufficient. If somebody is fidgeting and restless, personal space suddenly becomes violated. The space hasn't changed, but the perceptions of spaciousness have. In the effort to design habitats that maximize perceptions of spaciousness in facilities of limited square footage, the factors that contribute to confinement and isolation and ways to mitigate those have become a central focus of habitability and behavioral research. And perceptions of crowding are one factor that can make a heretofore acceptable space become unacceptable. Feelings of crowding not only come from too many people in the same space, but it can come from complicated environments which generate perceptual exhaustion. In addition to spaciousness, boredom and monotony have turned out to be larger threats to crew well-being and performance than any emergency, and our habitats contribute significantly to boredom and monotony in many ways. Research has repeatedly showed that low stimulation, repetitive environments lead to performance degradation, loss of motivation, deterioration of group cohesion, and increased incidence of physiological and psychological problems independently of other contributing factors. There's no better example of convergence than the way architecture, evolutionary, environmental, and cognitive psychology, biology, and computer imaging have contributed evidence, finally providing an answer as to why natural elements are restorative and should be fundamentally incorporated into our built environments. Beginning with the green building movement back in the 90s, research into the benefits of incorporating nature into our built environment generated an intense focus on explaining the reasons for the restorative effects. The newest evidence suggests that evolutionarily derived neurocognitive processes in humans exist that function best in environments that replicate the same fractal characteristics we find in nature, where self-similar patterns repeat at different scales. This exciting new line of research has recently generated several new approaches to designing interiors that provide passive restorative benefits. More importantly, when designing habitats in the austere, impoverished environments found in most extreme environments, incorporating such elements represent passive countermeasures to the stresses generated by such environments and promote general well-being and improve cognitive performance. These applications are currently being tested in analogs as well as clinical environments to improve healing and recovery. If the evidence for fractal beneficence holds true, then habitats will not be limited to including elements of obvious nature, but can incorporate architectural features that reflect fractal complexity in the optimal range into the very structure of the habitat itself. Well-being is not just an individual factor. How we use space as a group is as important. Evidence from the behavioral and social sciences has validated the lived experience of those who have spent time in IC environments, underscoring the importance of group cohesion and integration. For habitat design, this highlighted the need for social spaces and spaces that could be modified to accommodate different uses by subgroups of crew members as needed. Group conflict, cohesion, motivation, and performance have all been found to be significantly impacted by the use of space within living quarters. The need for a paradigm shift from building habitats simply to survive to building habitats to thrive is paramount. A summary of our Chapter 7 can be seen in our 10 rules of thumb for habitability design for ICE environments. 1. One solution cannot fit all needs. 2. It takes time to uncover differences. 3. Long-term missions have different requirements than short-term missions. 4. Everything you are allowed to bring must be a valuable resource. 5. Integrated, private, semi-private, and social spaces are necessary, not optional. 6. Adequate volume is in relation to how space is perceived by the individual. 7. Spaciousness can be increased by both design and geometry. 8. Integrate natural environmental characteristics that can support evolutionary derived perceptual processing. 9. New environments offer new challenges and new possibilities. And 10. Think transdisciplinary, be creative. In writing this book, we hoped our efforts would generate even greater collaborative activity between the myriad disciplines that must be involved to truly build our extraterrestrial homes. It takes a village to build a village. And after all, it's not how large you make it, it's how you make it large. Thank you. Hello?
Anyone, or I
Me neither.
don't have a question, but this is amazing. I mean, it's some very essential facts. It was like a revelation. Thank you. I read the book, but still.
Very good. I'm gonna give you a clap.
Yeah, luckily, I found it at AIAA, one of the shelves. So I stole it just to read it. I had to return it.
Oh, okay. We'll get your own copy and keep it. You can underline everything.
That would be awesome.
Right.
I think the others are muted. Oh, that's why we can't hear. Madhu, the library and yourself both are muted. That's why we can't hear a thing.
I see some additional comments everybody's writing, so I don't know if they can't. They said just sign in and share your screens. That's what I've done.
That happened before, that they got muted, actually changing it. So. Anyway, so it was great, and I certainly loved, and I voted up for my co-founder that there is no failed experiment, just unexpected results.
Is that good?
Because the radiation experiment.
I think Saba, you probably signed in there.
Oh, okay, guys, can you hear us now?
Yes, now.
Oh, great. Okay, good. So we are ready now to go to our next speaker.
Right.
Who is none other than Anastasia Prosina, who I was with just last week. Good to see you, Anastasia. Now I want to introduce you. Anastasia Prosina is the founder and CEO of Stellar Amenities, specializing in designing interiors for space habitats to improve space tourism and astronaut efficiency. Previously collaborating with the MIT Media Lab and NASA, her designs focus on supporting the transition to a multi-planetary future. She speaks globally with recent engagements with South by Southwest and the Mars Society Convention. Hey, wait a minute, you talked at ISDC too, right? Okay, well, her co-authored paper won a major award from the American Institute of Aeronautics in 2020. Anastasia also contributes as a reviewer and jury member in space architecture and urban sustainability fields. She holds an MS in space architecture from the University of Houston and a B.Arch from Novosibirsk State University. Welcome, Anastasia. The screen is yours.
Amazing. Thank you, Madhu, so much. It was first of all great to catch up with you at the Space Tourism Conference.
That's right.
It was also great to see a few space architects there as well, including John Spencer, who is one of the organizers of a Space Tourism Conference. And I urge you to all come to Space Tourism Conference next year because it's a really interesting multi-task event that is hosted annually, and it's focused on designing unique experiences for spacecraft, for astronaut experience, specifically for space tourists. And I had a really amazing time, especially spending some time with Madhu. Yeah, so
Did you go on the space elevator ride, Anastasia?
So there was for all the folks here who are not aware, so there was a simulation of a space elevator. It's like a tiny a tiny box with LED screens inside that was really immersive, and it also had some vibrations inside, and it really simulated all this lift-off experience, leaving Earth and experiencing overview effect. In fact, Frank White was there, the author who coined the overview effect and wrote numerous books on that. He shared with me that it was a really profound experience for him to use that space elevator. So that was really exciting. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, 1 second. Do you see my slides?
Yes,
or
you
no?
can. You want to go full screen?
Yes. All right. So, as Madhu said, I am Anastasia Prosina. I run a space tech startup that focused on developing space habitation systems for improving astronauts' well-being and performance. And lately,
Your screen is off focus, Anastasia.
can you see my slides?
We can see your screen, but your slides are out of focus. Oh, there we go. Good.
Okay. Let's see. Let me do this again because 1 second. Share and then to share screen. Oh, to share screen, not window.
Excellent.
Does this work?
Yes, it does.
Exciting. I appreciate that. So, yeah, and so Stellar Manatees, we developing hardware and software solutions for astronauts' performance and well-being. And I've been, it was a huge honor to listen to Sheryl, by the way, because in my studies, I used her books heavily, and she was one of the presenters and one of the presenters at the Sasakawa Center for Space Architecture, where we, graduate students study how to design spacecraft and human factors. And oh yeah, for the background, just 2 weeks ago, I flew on a zero-G flight that was generously provided for me by this community, Space Architecture Technical Committee, and AIAA. And the way it worked out is that last year there was an open call about developing some interesting astronaut-facing products for using in zero-G, and so because I've been developing one of the solutions within the company before, I was able to apply, and I was extremely excited to learn that I was accepted and earn the award to participate in the zero-G flight that's sponsored by AIAA and Space Architecture Technical Committee. And for the background, this zero-G flight, and so by the way, it's supposed to happen last year, but it was postponed due to technical issues with the craft. But so the team for the zero-G flight was developing a multimodal workforce environments for astronauts, and I had amazing cohort of different groups of people coming from academia, universities, and other startups, as well as nonprofits such as Astro Access, which I had a huge privilege to work with in 2021. And we had a rigorous, so as a part of this opportunity, I went through training. I took a class with AIAA and MIT Media Lab to properly develop and test product for the zero-G flight. So that was a year-long journey, and So for the background, again, I'm just jumping back and forth, but my startup is developing human-centered design-oriented solutions for astronauts. And we started as a conceptual studio, and then we moved into developing more of hardware solutions, subsystems for spacecraft. And this is some of the works we've done. We developed sleeping quarters for astronauts, internal enclosures for space stations, more like conceptual side. My graduate thesis was a chair for the Martian environment when I was at the Saskatchewan International Center for Space Architecture. And one of the projects that I love talking about is Astro Access. We were design partners for a nonprofit that sent 12 disabled ambassadors on a zero-G flight with Zero-G Corporation. And here in the video, you can see that we developed tactile samples for low vision and blind ambassadors to help them orient in weightlessness. And those samples were displayed on the plane as well. And we were testing which kind of textures and symbols worked much better. As you probably know, zero-G flights, the way it works, it's a plane that's flying in parabolas, and each parabola makes the passengers experience weightlessness for around 15 to maybe 25 seconds. And then this goes on for around 20 times for just passengers, or for 30 times for researchers. And I was on the research flight, so we were 30 times the parabolas. And so those samples were displayed during that zero-G flight. And this is one of the ambassadors giving us feedback on the samples. And this project, Tom, was and is the most recent project that we're working on is autonomous decision making for astronauts and mission control. It's a software that is utilizing LLMs. So as you probably know, AI has been a big thing in the recent year, and we find that this technology can be extremely vital for decision making in extreme environments. And so that's been our latest project. So, but for the zero-G flight, I focused on developing, solving one of the biggest problems in space, which is, astronauts experience poor sleep, leading to productivity loss and safety risk. And the reason why is because, without weightlessness or without Earth gravity, we as humans don't feel secure. When you going to sleep, you feel the pressure of the mattress and pressure of the blanket, and then that's what makes you feel secure and safe. And if you probably notice that whenever you travel to new places, it's harder to fall asleep because our body needs some time to get used to the new environment and to adapt. And many astronauts had told me, and I read in many interviews that I've read many articles that they, would love to have some kind of like a pressure against their body. It's almost like a blanket that they can get around them. But the problem is that weight in weightlessness doesn't work. So it should be a pressure applied against the body. And talking about more technicalities, if you look at the human research program at NASA, NASA classifies risk of performance decrements being at 5, which is the maximum in the likelihood of happening. So this is something that NASA and other private companies, aerospace companies, looking to solve. So that's why this problem was valid to research and understand how it can potentially be solved. And we developed a deep pressure garment, a bag that provides pressure to your body, and it delivers. So I will not really talk about the specifications of the product, but what you need to know is that it really provides comfort, and then we tested with multiple subject experts, and they find it potentially extremely useful for space flight, but particularly so to be nimble and to develop to really test the technology for the zero-G flight itself. We used a deep pressure vest that is right here. So this is like one of the variations of this final product. Excuse me?
Anastasia,
You stop sharing your screen.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
is it intended or?
No, I'm still sharing the screen.
We don't see anything.
Don't see anything.
You probably need to share again.
Okay, let's see. Okay, share screen. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. I hope it wasn't for so long. Okay. So I was talking about the vest. So the vest, it has 3 levels of compression. So what exactly I was testing on the zero-G flight, whether different variations of pressure can minimize the effect of stressors on your body whenever you're in weightlessness. And I believe me, it was my first zero-G flight in my life, and I did experience a lot of stressors. And I'll talk more about how it went. But so the whole experiment was that me wearing this vest. This is the just a product image, but I'm wearing it under the flight suit. And I was wearing a heart rate tracking system on my wrist, and it's really a precise system to really measure how your body responds to stress and when the stress itself happens. And this is the technology readiness day where we were mounting our experiments, but because my experiment was on my body, so I didn't need to mount it. And this is what was on my wrist. I would attach these procedures in my wrist to make sure that I don't forget anything. As you can see, in the first we had 3 Martian parabolas, and it's recommended to dedicate towards acclimation. And then the lunar gravity, I started to really figure out, really trying to experience how it feels, because one of my past work I've been working on is architectural standards for different variation of gravities. And I designed a chair for Mars. So in those gravities, I try to pretend I sit in a chair and how it feels. And let me tell you, sitting, it's a very, if you try to sit in those environments, it's very imbalanced. And I actually believe that since I experienced the weightlessness and those Martian and lunar gravities, I would say that the chairs for those environments have to have some kind of restraints for your body to make sure that you don't fall. I'll talk more about it while I'll show you the video. And then, and so during the parabolas, the zero-G parabolas, which were 30, and here's they're 20, because I assume there's going to be 20, but the pilots surprised us with another 10 ones. I'm not sure if I was happy about it, because I got really exhausted after just 20. And so for each parabola, the vest had a pump, has a manual pump that you can inflate the vest, and there are like 3 levels of pressure. So I was testing for different types of pressure, how, like, whether it calms my body, and to make sure that I really experience stress, I had a cold pack attached to my to my leg, and I would expose myself to that cold pack and inflate the vest and see how it goes. So without further ado, I will share a few videos that I made. So as someone who's been working in space architecture for more than 5 years, I imagine that weightlessness experience will feel very unique on your body. I assume that something will be interesting in muscles or organs, but what was really unexpected was that the body felt like you become like a balloon that can control yourself. It's extremely hard to explain, but it's almost like you were underwater upside down on the roller coaster. And the only difference I felt in my body, oh well, except for weightlessness, of course, is that my head felt like it's overfilling with water, which obviously my blood were not coming to my legs. And I truly like reflecting on those times, I truly started to respect astronauts even more, because that sensation of having your blood in your head, um, it's a bit uncomfortable for sure. And again, I cannot really say if you get used to it really fast. I'm sure you are, but because my flight was pretty short, that was something that made me uncomfortable. And as someone who is like having a really typical health, I'm not a professionally trained astronaut, of course. I don't do active sports, and for me, I also really respected all the space tourists and private astronauts who go to space and experience weightlessness for longer, because the feeling of disorientation, to the point that I couldn't locate my pockets on my suit, was extremely confusing, and I never experienced anything like that. And I think that that's what people also experience when they go on a shorter duration space flight. And while okay, so here I'm trying to so I brought a few memorabilia, and I brought all AIAA SATC's members' pictures with me on my flight to express my gratitude for this opportunity. And I also brought a Millennial Charter, which is a document that in 2006, that was a document that was written in 2006 that defined the field of space architecture. And I brought a few lines of that with me. Yeah. And let's see. This is the last video I'm gonna show. So you're probably wondering, okay, when I'm gonna talk about the test. So it, I was extremely overwhelmed with weightlessness, and I truly really recognize that we humanity evolved with gravity, and that's where we belong. And weightlessness felt extremely disorienting, somewhat uncomfortable, and to be frank, it was hard to follow the instructions in my wrists. I did a few tests with my vest. I inflated it and exposed myself to the ice pack. Unfortunately, I couldn't film it because my hands were busy. But I still processing that data that I gather. But I would say that, although I was going on the 0G flight to test the vest, I think my biggest learnings were actually about how to minimize motion sickness for, say, space tourists like me, because I'm someone who is not trained to be an astronaut, and I'm a typical person who does experience motion sickness in the mountain roads. And I made many notes, and I spoke to 0G personnel about mitigating those problems, because it turns out that majority of the 0G flights are for entertainment purposes, for someone who just want to go and hang out. And it turns out that the majority of people get extremely sick, and it's definitely experience that it's might be really uncomfortable for some people, and I did get sick in the end, and although the experience was extremely amazing, yet I just knew that I probably will experience that because I do have tendency to motion sickness, and so
we need to wind up, Anastasia.
Yes.
Do you
sorry.
have more? Okay.
That's all.
I had a question for you, and when I see the image of you on the screen, did you have any feelings of being afraid? You did.
For sure, I was not. As I mentioned before, someone who, like many of you, designs for weightlessness or different gravities, you have assumptions about, and you read, manuals about, NASA handbooks of astronauts' postures, and you assume that, oh, this is probably how it feels like, and you listen to other astronauts. But then you experience it yourself, and it's just totally something that you never anticipated before, something that it's indescribable. And I definitely was a bit nervous and anxious to experience the first weightlessness experience. I had no idea how my body will react, but overall it was an amazing experience. It was just I'll just add a few thoughts. It was extremely strange to see people upside down and yourself upside down, and the plane. It's just
disorienting. It's disorienting.
Extremely disorienting, and yeah.
In the next flight, we're going to make you the hostess, and you'll be just fine. And you'll just zoom around and congratulate everybody on the flight.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Okay, folks, we are ready for. I am on the hot seat now. Ken, we'll take some questions afterward. Anastasia, please stay on. Ken, what would you like me to do? Can I talk from here?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
If you want to stand here, that's fine, either way.
Okay, folks, we are on to our last two presenters, and they're both from my studio at the University of Southern California. And I'm delighted to bring to you two of my students, one from the School of Architecture and the other from the School of Engineering. This presentation is about the engineering studio that was just done. And I'm glad to have Morgan sitting next to me, who will do some of the slides. But if you can present those slides again on the screen, I'm happy to run through the introduction and let Morgan take over with a short set of slides. So, it's very hard to compete with Alma's slides. And so I just put our team project in there, Plutons. For those who are engaged in any geological exploration or activities, Plutons is a kind of an igneous rock that you find deep in the earth, and it pops up in places. Yes, sir, have a good night. And if my cough doesn't show up, I'll survive. Okay, so this term, we worked on this acronym, which stands for pits and lunar lava tubes for settlement. And with that, Ken, we can move the slides around.
Okay.
I want to introduce our class, which is Ken, shall we go to the next slide? And this was the talk that we did a few days ago at the National Space Society, where we were invited to talk about the same topic. So, pits and lunar lava tube exploration for settlement. And I'm so glad that among the 15 students who were in the studio, we have Morgan Farrier with us, and she will continue after my first introductory slides. Go on. Next slide, please, Ken. So you may like to know that Neil Armstrong is an alumnus of USC, and that is the thesis report that he presented after flying back from the moon. Next. Next slide, Ken. USC has an astronautical engineering program that is separate from the aerospace engineering program, where in this particular department, which is a small department, we are looking at activities beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Next. So the focus is very simple. The raison d'être, the reason I am in the school and not ejected is because I talk about imagination and creativity. For those who are not aware of it, this industry is full of imagination people, but actually, when you look at it, 99% of the people are managers, about 1% imagine. So we want to increase imagination in our industry, and we do that using architectural practices. Next. So what do? We just sit around, discuss, bring up ideas, try to be original, and then visualize using some very rudimentary architectural methods. Next. So it's a 3-unit class. For those who know Architecture Studio, you know that you're in studio the whole week and you're spending 6 hours a day. But our studio in engineering is only 3 units. We meet once a week and discuss and create inspiration through visiting lectures. Next slide. So we bring in people who are really creative people. They include architects, engineers, scientists, explorers, designers. Next slide. And policymakers and wannabe astronauts. Everybody comes in, including artists. Next. Next slide, Ken. Okay, and this is our book. Those who don't have a book, I will recommend that you buy the 2nd edition. We are busy working on the 3rd edition, and there are some interesting visuals that I drew that may inspire some of you. Next. Take a look, click on this picture so that you get an idea of our archives, where we have just uploaded all the slides that Morgan is going to run through very quickly. Next. And why do we look at at lava tubes. Folks, the moon, as was mentioned in earlier presentations, is not the planet Earth. We are exactly as somebody said, we have an atmosphere blankets us and keeps us safe from meteorites and micrometeorites. If you look at a camera that was looking at the moon from 2005 to 2013, you'll see the number of hits our poor moon takes, making beautiful new craters. Next. So obviously, it's not the place to be on the surface. And a few weeks ago, you probably know the sun burped, and the effect was that we had incredible commotion in our space around planet Earth. And right now, the AR364 group, the active region, is swung past and coming around again. But unfortunately, we are not on target yet. So the sun plays an incredible role in the environment that we now call space situational awareness. Next. This is my own picture that I took from my backyard to make sure that the astronomers are not lying. And you'll see that AR3664 is real. Next. And for those who like to notice, you know, we are flying human missions right now and into the future during what we call solar maximum period. So space situational awareness is very important in our work. Next. Next slide. Okay, so now, last week, to give you an idea how important new data is, a student from UCLA presented the idea that the pits and lava tubes are going to be much warmer than the -20 degrees Celsius that we are familiar with from earlier papers. Next. And so comes lava tubes. So now we know very clearly why we want to be inside lava tubes and not on the lunar surface. Next. You know, one thing I told the class is that the rim of the lava tube is treacherous. So we need to find a way to go in there and come back safely. Next. And with that, we want to share some slides which are part of the final presentations. And I'm glad to hand over the slides to Morgan, who's sitting next to me. Can you go to the next slide, please? Let me see if I got it right. That is the image we got for the logo. And the students were very clear. The engineering students, they think settling space with grounded ideas is important, though we architects think there must be ways to make everything grounded. Next. Morgan. So now, that is okay. Next one. Next slide. That's good. Next. So you not only use textbooks, but we use whatever literature we can find, more recent, preferably, to work on our ideas. Next. So that's a problem. And please take a look at our archives to see what we have been doing all these years. Next. Next. And how do I evaluate my students? It's very tricky. My reviewers evaluate them for me, and I'm so glad my students still like me and they're not shooting arrows at me, but we have a good evaluation criteria. Next. And this was the agenda. Next. It was done in about 3 hours, but Morgan here is going to do this in 10 minutes flat. Right, Morgan? Sure. Okay, let's go. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so I'm Morgan. I was one of Madhu's students. I as of several weeks ago, graduated with a BS in astronautical engineering.
Congratulations.
And I just had my first week as a mission operations engineer at Northrop. So I'll be running through the concepts that we created, focusing on some of the problems that we were trying to design solutions for. Next slide. So yes, one of the main problems is the pit entrance, as Madhu mentioned. The issue with it is that there's about a 40-meter long section of a sloped funnel before you actually get to the pit entrance that has a bunch of loose regolith on it. And if a wheel dug in or if a foot dug in, it has a high chance of causing an avalanche. Generally, you could just like actively start an avalanche before something came in. That's how we deal with keeping like ski slopes safe, but the problem here is an avalanche would cover what's called the talus pile at the bottom of the lunar lava pit, which is a region of high geologic significance because we think it might be leftover meteorite material. So we don't want to cause an avalanche at all. Next slide. And so just briefly, the reason why we chose Mare Tranquillitatis is because it's one of the larger of, I believe there's over 400 potential lava tubes that we have located on the lunar surface. And it has a large size, and it's also located near the equator, which makes it much easier to reach for a lunar mission. Next slide. And again, this is the funnel region. So within that red circle is about another like 40 to 60 meters that we're going to have to be able to cross before we can actually lower something into the pit. Next slide. So the first concept that was created was called Lumitar. Basically, how they went about it was first by lowering a boom with a survey instruments into the lava pit, and this would check to see if there even is a deep enough lava pit here that's worthy of surveying. From there, astronauts on the surface would use ground penetrating radar to try to locate where the lunar lava pit and with low resolution, be able to map the lava tube, and that will avoid them from having to enter the lava tube themselves. And then a third phase would then have a flying robot with cold gas thrusters come in to map areas that they considered to have a higher level of interest. Next slide. This design was called Wrestle, and it was a concept to create a science laboratory inside a lunar lava pit. And the main point here is that he thought of using a cantilever crane that would be operated by an astronaut in order to lower the robot into the pit. Next slide. This concept was called Hestia. And so first it would have a survey using a drone swarm with cold gas thrusters to map out the lunar lava pit. And then in order to get a crew of astronauts inside the lunar lava pit, the astronauts would construct some rigging towers, cables with winches, and a crew basket that would then traverse horizontally into the center of the pit and then lower the astronauts down. Next slide. So this concept was called Slinger. It was a sample return mission mostly to sample the talus pile at the bottom of the lunar lava pit. And how he was going to get inside the tube was by hovering over it on the lander and then just free dropping a robot, but that robot would have airbags deployed so that it could drop no problem. And then afterwards it would collect a sample and actually swing it out back onto the surface for the lander to pick up later. Next slide. So Shire was the concept that my team actually developed. The idea was to help with urban planning by testing the capability of bolting things to the ceiling of the lava tube, and this would help with just help with space utilization, and so that we could get as much infrastructure as we could onto the ceiling and walls instead of cluttering up the floor of the pit. And so the main thing to talk about here is the lunar mat that we designed, which was an idea of basically projectile launching a nylon mat out beyond the lip of the the pit, so beyond the funnel, which gravity would then have it fall down. Hooks would help it attach onto the wall of the pit, and then from there, a robot could roll down which we basically created a slip and slide at this point, to roll down the funnel without digging into the regolith. And in this case, because the regolith is lower, we think, than the angle of repose for risk of causing an avalanche, having a surface on top of the regolith would be enough to prevent an avalanche. It's just really what would just cause an avalanche is if a wheel was like digging into and pushing material down. Next slide. So another problem that students were designing for was settlement on the inside a lunar lava tube, because there's a lot more that goes into settling the moon than just getting a rocket to get there. And so next slide. One concept was called miner, and as the name suggests, it was a robotic mining concept. This is important for settlements because in order to have a long-term sustainable settlement, you also need a sustainable economy. And so while tourism is one possible economy on the lunar surface or inside a lunar lava tube, also mining would be a big one. So his concept was basically just using the Chandrayaan-3 Pragman rover as a base to help build a mining robot. Next slide. Another student realized that there would be an issue inside lunar lava tubes of not having communication with the surface or with Earth, because you're trapped inside a tube that's about 100 meters below the surface. And so they created an architecture for a scalable network. Basically, you have a communications hub out on the surface and then access points along the lunar lava tube to make sure anybody inside the tube would have communication with the surface and ultimately Earth. Next slide. Another issue with long-term habitation would be creating a power network. And so this student, NASA's already kind of started developing ideas for this, but one of their issues is with creating a subterranean network, how to actually network the pipes for this. And this student realized well, we think that the tubes might be traveling hundreds of miles below the surface, and so we could just utilize them as our already built-in subterranean network, and we would be using nuclear and solar power to generate the power for this. Next slide. So another idea would be to utilize the helpful temperature conditions inside a lunar lava tube. Newest research suggests that a lunar lava tube is actually about room temperature. And also we know that it will help with radiation blocking and with protecting us from micrometeorites. And so this would be the best lunar area for us to start trying to grow crops. And so her idea was to just create a laboratory an autonomous greenhouse to help test growing crops on the inside a lava tube for long-term habitation. Next slide. Right, and of course, the last concept that was created was for habitation. And this was more so an idea for how to test habitation. First, she wanted to characterize the lunar lava tube environment with a survey robot, and then to have an unmanned demonstration of habitat technology. And the habitat would be modular and inflatable to help with construction. And also, and then finally, we would have a manned test. The reason why you want to have habitation inside the lunar lava tube is, again, the three things that I mentioned with agriculture is that we have room temperature, we have blockage from radiation, and from micrometeorite strikes. And I believe that is our last. Next slide. We've got one more. Yeah, and so this is a photo of the students in the class. It was, I think, a very educational class that helped us to think outside the box on how to develop new concepts for lunar development. Right now, NASA, as we know, is developing Artemis, but progress on that has been very, very slow. So hopefully, by generating more ideas, we can help speed along human progress to actually creating a sustainable long-term presence on the moon. And thank you.
Thank you. Now, you know, it's 15 minutes for 15 cons, not bad at all. So again, the what we use in the classroom is the idea that concepts matter. That is, anything you draw or squiggle can have the potential to carry on to further engineering and detailed investigations. Now, let me tell you that once in a while, I will get a brave student from the School of Architecture to join our course. And that was the case last term when Saba Raji appeared in the classroom and wanted to study space architecture or space architecting. And to be clear, what we focus on as opposed to human habitation in space, as is defined in the orthodox space architecture groups that we run, our idea in the class is being about space architecting, which includes not only habitation, but also the tools, devices, systems, and infrastructure that help habitation and dwellings in space and on extraterrestrial surfaces. So now, without further ado, I want to introduce Saba Raji, who's also a recent graduate from this term, right? She wore her gown this term, and she's graduated. And welcome, Saba Raji.
Thank you so much, Professor Madhu. Hi, everyone. My name is Saba.
Can everybody hear it?
Okay, but people online.
People online, can you hear? Saba.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear.
Very beautiful.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saba Raji. As Professor Madhu perfectly introduced me.
No, I didn't introduce you. I'm going to introduce you now. Saba is a building performance specialist with a passion for innovation and sustainability in architectural design, having graduated from the University of Southern California's School of Architecture. She is an experienced architectural designer. I saw your posters hanging there in the school the gallery. And she is an experienced architectural designer specializing in workplace design, master planning for biotech, commercial, and residential projects, backed by a robust foundation cultivated through her experience working in various esteemed architecture firms across the United States. She possesses profound expertise in environmental studies and sustainable practices, seamlessly integrating them into her designs to ensure that they are not just visually appealing, but also practical and environmentally conscious. She's a dynamic collaborator and leader, skilled in generating innovative ideas and blending diverse skills throughout all phases of project development. With that, Saba, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Madhu. I had a pleasure to participate in Professor Madhu's last 2 semesters and develop a concept collaborating in a project with Professor Madhu, and the concept called LEADER, Lunar Equatorial Daylight Exploration Rover, which is the mission architectures in support of Artemis 3 lunar landing and beyond. Is it going?
Is it moving?
Oh, there you go. So a little bit of overview about the concept. As NASA plans.
Yeah, can I have the first slide one little time, Saba? Thank you.
So as NASA plans to land crew at the lunar South Pole in Artemis 3 mission at the earliest 2026, several new systems has to be certified and tested before the actual mission begins. As an example, as an early example, we just saw the SpaceX conducted the 4th test flight of Starship launch system on June 6th, a few days ago. Another example in the context of rovers, NASA's pressurized rover prototype has been tested by researchers from NASA and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agencies. The LEADER Lunar Equatorial Daylight Exploration Rover, a Traverse mission concept, proposes an alternative to Artemis 3 mission, supporting lunar landing and beyond, using reliable elements of existing, tested, and commissioned commercial space transportation assets. The LEADER mission is a phased evolutionary rehearsal to test the capabilities and performance of commercial space transportation systems, as well as lunar surface operational system before attempting a much more complex activities in South Pole. The mission also proposes a plan to return crew to Mare Tranquillitatis region to explore the pit and conduct a traverse to Apollo 11 site to survey the landing site, and having a traverse to Apollo 11 to assess and protect and preserve the historic content of the site. One of the primary goals of this mission is to create a safe and efficient operational capabilities in the lunar habitation base during the early return of lunar operation, while minimizing the use and need for EVA systems for the traverse operation till the end of the traverse operation. It's very important to mention some of the main rationales behind the concept. Obviously, in the harsh lunar environment, safety is extremely important. The concept of LEADER is a response to key challenges involving astronaut safety during the lunar exploration. The challenges such as lunar dust radiation, being exposed to lunar dust radiation and temperature changes in EVA suits and landing zones. Also, the LEADER concept eliminates the need for astronauts to continuously transition between vehicles and reducing the exposure to lunar extreme environment. Another key rationale behind this concept is that the mission is designed as a daylight operation, and daylight operations in general are best for pilots and drivers for their visibilities, and that is actually very difficult in polar regions because of deep shadows and rough terrains, and that is so versus in Mare Tranquillitatis region, because of the smoother terrain and better landing accommodation, it's better to land on Mare Tranquillitatis region. So the LEADER goes around, the LEADER operation goes around several key principles. One is LEO, low Earth orbit integration and staging at ISS, enhancing safety through integrated design. Second, simplifying crew transfer EVA needs between transit and lunar lander and surface vehicles. Third is providing instant mobility and flexibility after landing. And most importantly, emphasizing economics and efficiency in lunar surface exploration. So the journey to the moon begins with reliable and powerful launch vehicles. These vehicles will carry components of leader to the orbit. The vehicles and commercial launch systems such as Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy that can carry cargo and crew into the Earth orbit. It can also be used as a larger fairing and also a thrust pallet. Thrust pallets in this concept proposed as two options. One with base option. One is the base option, and the second one is with a larger fairing. And thrust pallets are coming with fully reusable propulsion systems, specifically designed accommodating both the modular propulsion systems and the leader lander rover assembly, and also including control rupture airbag landing systems, and one of the main components of the landing for the operation. And lastly, fuel tanks. We're going to go back to the thrust pallet again, but introducing the number of crew needed for the whole operation. We are going to have 4 astronauts involving within this mission. 2 will be called orbiting crew that will be monitoring the whole operation from the lunar orbit. 2 will be called traverse crew that would have the traverse operation from the Mare Tranquilitatis pit to the Apollo 11. And the leader mission also allows docking to ISS for adjusting astronauts to microgravity environment before traverse operation on the lunar surface. So back to the thrust pallets. So this is one of the options, which is the base option, that requires multiple launching vehicles. And when I'm talking about multiple launching vehicles, I mean the Falcon Heavy mainly. And so first, within this mission, we're going to send 2 astronauts as a precursory mission, an early orbiting mission to the lunar orbit. Then that the other 2 astronauts will be sent, requiring a secondary Falcon Heavy to be sent to the either ISS or lunar orbit. The second option, however, is a hybrid version with the larger fairing that you can see here. There is this Dragon capsule docked into the thrust pallet to the rover, and it's hybrid because it requires lesser Falcon Heavy to be sent and lesser equipment needed, and it's more efficient operation. And so with this mission, we are going to send this larger fairing with 4 astronauts, either to ISS or directly to the lunar orbit, and then the other 2 astronauts will be separated with the thrust pallet to the lunar surface and having the traverse operation. Here you can see it's basically explaining the whole landing operation and lunar surface operation. And the main component of this whole operation is control rupture airbag landing system incorporated into the design. And using the engine firing, and then the second component will be deployed, which is the airbag rupture landing system. And then upon landing, the whole rover will be, the operation will be starting. So here also you can see the leader rover architecture, and it has been incorporated all the components needed for astronauts to use, and minimizing the need for astronauts to actually coming out of the rovers to collect samples and to have the exploration. So like, for example, you can see the sample collecting box, the manipulator arms, and solar array for energy, all the components needed. So, and it's a pressurized rover. So pressurized rover are rovers that it's best for astronauts to live and work at the same time. So finally, the leader proposes the traverse operation from Mare Tranquillitatis region, and having a traverse in 4 days towards Apollo 11 touchdown site. And this is to develop and certify new technologies and mission operation. And it's almost about 100 kilometers from where the landing site would be towards the Apollo 11 touchdown site. So finally, after the successful completion of the traverse at the Apollo 11 site, the crew transitions from their lunar lander rover, ascending into the dedicated ascent vehicle in their EVA suits, and find their ways into the to the Earth. And obviously, this last part and last stage of the operation is a challenge of the operation, which requires astronauts to actually coming out of the rover and being in their EVA suit and being exposed to the lunar extreme environment, which would be a good future study topic to focus on. As a final note, it is important to mention that the leader mission is not just a strategic alternative, it's also a cost-effective approach in comparison to the initially planned lunar South Polar mission. The use of already tested and certified operational system reduces the financial burden associated with developing new technologies under the tight deadlines. So as you can see, we've been experiencing and we've discussed, for example, SpaceX had their fourth operation, and it requires it involves a lot of money, a lot of financial burden. So this kind of operation prepares the actual operation. It's a precursory operation, test operation, so that we can use already tested systems before the actual operation happens. And thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much, Saba. And as I mentioned, our focus and purpose in the studio has always been to generate a creative spirit just enough so that we can continue to develop these ideas in a better way later on. In fact, this is now a paper for the AIAA SATC,
yes.
Which will be in January. And it'll again rear its head in different places. Again, when I look at this, there are so many open options to expand. I'm losing my watch. But anyway, thank you, Saba. And you know what? Before people exit, we would like to take a picture, but we also would like to open questions for all of us who have been patiently waiting to see all our presenters and their studies and concepts. I would like to open it up to questions for Morgan, for Saba, and for the rest of the wonderful presenters. Sheryl is with us still, and so are Georgi and Silvio. Go on, guys, raise some questions. We are waiting for questions. We are eagerly waiting for questions.
I can start one. So when you mentioned the cost effective for leader, so how much money are you talking about?
Oh, that's a good question.
So there are going to be, in fact, because I believe, and I'm no financial assessor, and this was the initial concept and developed. Because we are using already tested systems, obviously these systems has already tested and went through all the generation of tests and money involved, so that burden's already eliminated. To me, if I'm thinking about it, so there's already money spent in that stages, so we are only putting together modular elements and having and I believe that also needs a secondary stage of understanding of the cost effectiveness, of course, but I believe this is much more cost effective.
Yeah, and one of the vehicle looks like Madhu's prototype under the wood carving. Yeah.
Yeah, we are studying different options for rovers, Ken.
Yeah, you don't need to be a prototype.
Yeah, and it'll be a while before they can be again produced as documents and hopefully more investigation. Okay, other questions, folks? Can you read that to us, Ken?
There's a question. Pratik, you can speak out.
Oh. Can you pull that chat up? Maybe he does not have a speaker.
Oh,
I think he had to do with airbags, I think.
I can
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see it? Yeah.
You earlier mentioned about installation of
balloons to address the dust particle issue. That's very clever.
I think he can speak out. His microphone.
Oh, he's got a microphone. Go for it. Pratik, we are listening. You have a microphone on?
Hello.
Oh,
thanks.
okay.
Yeah. Previously I was having some issue.
Right.
Ms. Saba, I wanted to ask one question. So earlier in your design, you mentioned about the installation of
controlled airbag rupture system.
I think he cut this code.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can give you the answer for that. Go for it, Saba. Now, okay, go for it.
For the rover in case it doesn't land at the desired place. So it's if I'm understanding your question, you're asking about it needs a rotation motion for the rover in case it doesn't land at the desired place. Well, I think the airbag landing system allows for a smoother landing because the low gravity and microgravity on the lunar surface, and that's much easier landing, and it doesn't need much. It obviously needs more of a study, but it doesn't need much of a control, and it would be a soft and smooth landing operation.
Well, the airbag system is already developed for the Orion ground landing system, and we think it is high time to look at options to land heavy payloads on the moon without reaction propulsion, chemical reaction propulsion, because it entails a lot of debris production. If you land a heavy lander with a conventional chemical propulsion system, it will generate so much debris without having a landing pad that we have to look at other options. And one option is perhaps to redesign the collapsible airbag landing system that's already developed by Dover and ILC for Orion. And the idea is that if you can do something so that the air is depleted without generating debris, then we have a solution. And we're working on it for a paper later. Questions for Morgan and for the rest of the group who are waiting for your questions? You know, I have so many questions for Sheryl because, you know, one of the things that engineers almost always do, and this is critical of our community as well as people designing for these extraordinary and daring missions, is that many times we forget that humans are the reason. Humans are the, everybody says weak element and weak link and so on, you know, forget that. But humans are the reason that we do these missions. You know, we want to extend not only our souls, but our bodies in these new places. And over time, they bring back so much information about refined existence, about safety, about how we deal with each other, as Sheryl so clearly articulated. Sheryl, can you give us some insight on what are the real threats that you may have encountered dealing with the engineering professionals? I know from the Apollo and the Gemini and the Mercury era, they were very hard on crew, and it's all changed thanks to human factors, people like you.
Well, you're right. It has slowly improved. I mean, I can remember a period where I was going to various more or less engineering conferences with several other colleagues, and I would talk about, I would tell the engineers this, that, you know, y'all developed the most amazing hardware, and you have developed the most incredible software to run that hardware. But eventually you have to hand it over to the wetware, and that's the humans, and we're going to screw it up every single time. And I had engineers standing up in the audience going, hallelujah, somebody that actually understands our problem.
Very
So
true.
it's taken a while to, I mean, engineers are very black and white, and even though their problems are not resolvable with, you know, obvious solutions, but they want things to be predictable. And there's one thing that the human is not, is that they are predictable in the general sense, but they are not predictable in the specific sense, because we all respond to the situation and in the moment. And that's not a repetitive process, as my IT husband would like to have everything be a repetitive process. I think engineering has come to appreciate reluctantly and accept that when you put the human in the loop, that they've got to build for that unpredictability. They've got to build for that flexibility. I advise my engineering colleagues, you know, once you think you have a solution, give it to your 5-year-old, and if they can break it within the first 10 minutes, then, you know, you're not there yet. Because that's essentially, humans are going to use it in ways that weren't anticipated. It's been an interesting evolution over my career. They were very resistant at first to having behavioral or scientists or even architects come to the table at the beginning. They wanted to do all their work, then have people come in. I was once invited into a 2-year project, Project Boreas, to develop a base on Mars. And it was a 2-year project, and I was invited in at month 18 when it occurred to them that maybe they should get somebody there to talk about the crews that would be using the base. And of course, I immediately caused a lot of trouble, because at month 18, I went through their plans and said, well, wait a minute, you've got all of the exercise equipment right next to the bedrooms. You can't do that. Or somebody's going to be out there huffing and puffing on the treadmill all night long, and the person with the bedroom next door is going to get mad. and they're going to go out there and interrupt that activity. And they were going like, well, we didn't have any place else to put it. I said, you got to find some other place to put it. So I kept going in and making them change their plans and their design because they had thought about it from a purely functional perspective, and they didn't take into consideration the humans. That has changed. They've become. I find engineers are much more open to having architects and behavioral scientists at the table earlier in the process because they got tired of having to change their designs downstream. So they just finally said, okay, yes, let's get them in the room early so we can find out what they're going to complain about, and so we can design around those complaints rather than change things down the road. So if you're just persistent and stubborn, you eventually get to have input and a seat at the table. I think that all of these different domains are beginning to appreciate the fact that when you have humans in the process, when you have humans in the loop, no one discipline has a unique view of it, and it takes the synergy between the disciplines and each one of their perspectives to actually come up with workable solutions. And in the end, that's what we're all about. We're all trying to find workable solutions that we can optimize, not just to do something because that's the way we've always been able to do it. So I applaud the progress, but it's been a long road.
It sure has, and thank you for that comment. I'm more and more I'm seeing the direct inclusion of human factors. We do this in our terrestrial systems very nicely. It's only in these extreme, in space activity specifically that we have to catch up to what we do with submariners. And, even in the military, there are certain behavioral softness to the crew that we need to impress more in space activities. And, I think it'll happen over time. We are all optimistic.
It is happening. Yes, it is happening.
Now, I'm looking at the tiles here, and I see Marlene. Is that the Marlene we know from earlier space works? If she is, can you speak up? Okay, I see Helen. No, okay. Georgi, do you have some thoughts?
I think he might have left.
Georgi, he is on the tile, but he's probably left, huh? Okay.
Is he in Europe?
No, Georgi is in New York.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let's see. Okay.
He's here.
There you go. Georgi, did you want to say something? Okay, let's see if who else is there. Anybody else want to voice any thoughts about the talks that happened in the past 3 or 4 talks? You're invited to. Did you have some points? Did you want to say something? Come on over here. And nothing. Shaheen, anything you want to tell us that you thought of interest to the group?
No, okay. But thank you. This was very informative.
Oh, you're very welcome. Let us see. Silvio, did you want to say something? I enjoyed, let me tell you about Lacus Mortis. Silvio, are you listening?
Yeah, I am listening. It's being quite late here, but I'm listening carefully.
Let me tell you, if I don't know if you can pull up that slide, but to me, that is the ultimate devil's trap for us. And I'll tell you why. Because in one of our slides, you may have seen that I had mentioned Lunar Card 2. And the reason I mentioned it is we knew that the lunar surface has talc-like regolith. So guess what? The Soviet expert, these are fighter jocks who are manipulating these vehicles. And they've spent many, many hours training to drive these lunar cards. So lunar card 2 goes into a steep slope and they gently drive it down. Guess what happens? Avalanche. It just wipes right through the top and covers up the bucket, the radiative bucket, and the mission is lost. And so it's not just hypothesis or imagination, but we know that these slopes are treacherous. And if it is bad on a crater slope, it's worse on many of these areas. So we have to be very careful how we manage to enter. And of course, we know several ideas where they want to fly right in through the skylight. So these are possibilities, but we have to reason what the ramifications are for exploration, retrieving samples, and so on. Okay.
Thank you for the comment. That was of great help for sure. And I want to ask, would you suggest then to focus on and consider another site, or would you suggest to develop solution to consolidate the ramp to minimize the risks?
Yeah, the architectural mind tells me we should keep all options open. We should not close them out. Engineers are notorious for striking stuff out, and then it's too late to bring the goodies back in because, we omitted that option. I mean, that's not the way architects work. We keep everything open till the last minute, and then we dive in to a specific project. So in terms of lava tubes, we know from earlier missions like the Grail mission that Maria Zuber ran out of MIT. She was the PI on that. We know that there are many, many lava tubes and many skylights. I'm just focusing on the moon. So if we have so many of them, we can try to land a spacecraft in a few. If we are worried about sampling, we have plenty of places where we can sample at. So I suggest that we fly vehicles into lava tubes. We also try to find ways to go in without disturbing or causing a rockfall. And so we have to keep all these options open and see what is the earliest that we can do a sampling of the mission. And for me, again, persuasion is more important than all the scientific experiments that we can put down on paper. And the reason I say we should go back to the Apollo site is because there are so many things we can do besides exploring the lava tube. The descent stage of the Apollo or the other stages of landing there have been exposed to the lunar environment for 5 decades or more. What could be more interesting than studying the pitting and the weathering on that descent stage to give us real data on what would it take to put a habitat on the surface? I'm sure there are pockmarks on every one of those landers, descent stages, that make it very dangerous for us to put any living thing or any habitation critical system on the surface. And that is why we think lava tubes are the place to go. But again, these are open questions, and we will be studying them in the next semester. USC will be running protons again, and we'll be looking at options. Morgan, did you have some thoughts or? Raji, did you want to add something? Okay, guys, we are still open. We got a few more minutes here before they close, right, Ken?
Yeah, yeah.
And I want to get a group picture of all these brave folks who sat through it all before we go, Ken. Okay, let me see. Who is calling you on number 5? Is that you, Ken?
No, it's not me. It's Dao Yin.
Oh, let's see. Pradeep, that was a good question. If you have an interest in airbag operations, please study it because it is a new. It's not very new, but it's a very, very useful landing technology that we've employed in different scales in the past. Let us see, who else do we know there? Is everybody, are all the folks on the tiles on screen, Ken, or are we missing a few people? Let's see.
I think that's probably all.
That's about it? Okay. JC Percon. Helen, did you have a question for? Oh, there you go. Let's see. Georgie, if you had finished dinner and not yet napping, we'd like you to close. Let's see. Victor, what do you do?
I guess probably the dinner times.
Okay, and JC, I wonder who that is. We are open to questions, folks. Otherwise, we are about to end our session. I think what we will do now then is to conclude. I would like to thank folks. I would like to thank all of you who were instrumental in this edition of the Space Architecture Gathering. Special thanks goes to Sandra, who's unable to be with us, but is always in our minds. The second person I want to thank very much is Alma, because she did the heavy lifting, not only on the producing that beautiful poster, but also for lining up all the speakers, most of all the speakers, and for providing their bios and so on. It's a pleasure to see folks coming from Europe, where, in my opinion, where the real design happens. And it was wonderful to see the folks present from Prague and from London and from Vienna. And I hope that we will continue this tradition in the next edition of Space Architecture. I would be remiss if I did not thank Gary for coming in. It was wonderful to see him. And most of all, my friend Ken, who is constantly nudging us all to provide these kinds of very interesting projects. I had sent an email to Buzz Aldrin. His soul and mind wants to be with us, but I mean, as we get older, they want to retreat into quieter places. Buzz used to be very interested in coming to all of these events. I wish Buzz and Anka well. And with that, I would like to take a group picture, Ken, and then we can all conclude for the evening. Keep up hopes for the missions, folks. PowerPoints can only take us so far. Architects are the most persuasive people in any profession I can imagine, and it takes persuasion to make these things real. I know that Georgi mentioned this too early on. I was listening to him, and what does it take to make it happen? We have to go beyond the TRL levels and fly these missions. And if the agency cannot do that quickly, guess what? Folks down the road from here will do it for a fraction of what it takes the agency to do. With that, signing off, good evening to all of you. Let's get a group picture.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I think we should stay here with the camera. How does it work?
Whatever you like.
Because we want them to see us.
Okay, okay.
Guys, come on behind us so that everybody can see us on the screen here.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Good. There you go. Good.
First,
All right. And Ken, you want us to look at you, right?
yeah. Well, maybe I stand here.
Stand here. That's right.
So we can. Okay.
And that person in the end has to come
He's
on
here,
this
he's
side.
here.
I'm over here.
Shaheen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shaheen has to come on the other side.
I should come on the other side.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Feel the.
That's a better picture. And who's hiding in the back? There's one person whose face we cannot see.
Hard to navigate.
Guys, come up in front. Come on. We gotta get a nice picture because Ken is very good at putting them all on. We don't want a second row. Who is going next to Morgan? Somebody needs to come next to Morgan.
I think you see because there are two cameras. One is the TV camera. It's this camera.
Okay, good. All right.
So
Red,
don't worry too much. Yeah. All right. Friend is good. Okay. One.
You're not visible.
No, that then I should stand here.
I think Shaheen is.
Oh, that's a much better picture now.
All right. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3.
Here's one more, Ken.
Yeah, of course.
Do you want to stand like and take a picture?
Ken, come in the
take-
picture.
take
Ken has to
first.
come in the picture. Yeah.
Take first. All right. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Oh, battery. Okay. It's flashing red.
Oh, that's good. I think it's.
Yeah.
Give it. Oh, oops.
Oh, sorry. 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 One more.
We're taking 2 or 3 pictures, guys. Just relax.
I think it's charging.
Is it right? Oh, battery.
1, 2, 3.
Here's one.
Very good. Nice.
Wait. Let's take, once in a while, iPhones take better pictures, guys.
Yeah, you have a professional camera.
I know. It used to be professional. It's old now. The battery is done. Look.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready?
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
But you were not in the picture.
Okay, then.
Ken has to be in the
picture. I'll take 2 only. Good setup. Good. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I heard that you know my friend Bahim.
Thank you all.
Thank
and
you.
the show is over.
Thank
Till
you.
next time.
After conference, I was like, hey, I know somebody who's joining your team. And he was like,
Morgan's
who is that? I was like, it's Morgan. I was like, oh, I know Morgan. I was like, wow, it must be a small enough team. Oh, that makes sense. Is that how you know him?
Well, he was on.
My wife and I.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, is that how you got the job or after you?
No,
Denver
Yeah.
conference. I was working in Australia at the time.
Right.
Wrote a paper on
Well, how are you liking it? First week.
Martian.
Well, just like
But,
documentation, like.
Private company?
no, it was kind of,
Okay.
but they funded me to fly out as kind of a reward, kind of, because we do basically.
Exciting.
Yeah.
But
Thank
my thesis was the
Yes.
mechanical engineers.
How do you like it?
So I had some kind of a civil engineer's perspective, but you could do this much more easily.
Yeah, it's my best.
Thank you. Yeah.
Not just the basic science, but the mentality.
The mentality.
Yeah.
The concept.
I work with mechanicals and electricals all the time.
So you know.
They're all different,
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. Oh, good. Glad to hear. Thank you for teaching.